a skate park, there's show and shine, there's trade stands, there's food village, and 20,000 passionate fans coming through the gates here this weekend as well. A crazy lineup of drivers, including a driver that will be very well known to a lot of people, Kristaps Blues, along with a lot of other up-and-coming drivers on the grid. And Mike, we've been wowed by what we've seen here so far this weekend.
Yeah, we definitely came here for the drifting, and we're staying for the festival, because Gonco Fest is one of a kind. I've never seen anything like this, the stuff going on. I've never been to a motors festival, Eddie, right, where I sat watching a fashion show. That actually happened last night, and it was very entertaining as well.
Yeah, surprising that they let the likes of yourself and myself, Mike, up into the VIP section where we were treated to a fashion show. There was men, carving ham for us to eat. We're rubbing shoulders with owners of vodka companies, and
we seen live painting.
Live painting, yeah. Yes, some very cool cars. It was actually a car that was very well known to a lot of Irish people. It was raffled. Daigo Saito's car that was raffled by Lucky Day Competitions was being painted right in front of us. There's been so much going on here this weekend. It's been a real treat. But what we are here for is, of course, the drift action. Yesterday was qualifying. 29 drivers made it to the line. 2 of those didn't get a score. So we have a number of bye runs going into today's top 32 session. Angel Karanyatov, you'll have to excuse us and be patient with us with the names here, scoring a 92.5, topping qualifying yesterday. Really interesting session, Mike, but this track really suited to what we are here for today, which is battle action. It's long, it's fast, and it's just really set up for chase driving, and I expect that it's going to be very exciting to see today.
Yeah, definitely. Some of the battle practice we seen this morning was very, very entertaining. The one thing I will take away from practice is we did see a lot of tyres come off rims and causing a few accidents, so I'm wondering, is that going to come into play today? I'm sure all the drivers are trying to figure it out. Obviously some of these guys trying to get massive grip in the back of the drift cars, running low pressures, but there's a risk reward to that, and if you lose your tyre, you lose the battle. So
well, if you did join us yesterday, you would have noticed, particularly on entry, that this track can be very bumpy in certain sections. So a lot of drivers, as you say, Mike, having D-beats as a result of that. But also, it can be very tricky to get the car set up correct and get through that first section. It's going to be even more so complicated with 2 cars. So one car trying to chase, it's going to be unpredictable. You can actually see a little bit of a dip there where the cars are kind of bottoming down on the suspension.
There's just like 2 bumps at the grates just before that second clip, so it's going to be interesting. A lot of drivers had adapted kind of to use it to their advantage by doing it on the weight transfer and kind of just riding through the bumps, hopping through that clip, and then getting on the power and coming into that long corner. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens in battle, because obviously the chase car is in the disadvantage for a change, because he has to follow the lead car, hoping that he executes this section of the track perfectly. So it's going to be a funny one to watch. I'm really excited.
Yeah, and you know what, we've had the opportunity to watch them practice this morning, and that seems to be the part of the track where some of these battles are going to be won and lost, particularly in the top 32. I would imagine where there's a bit more of a separation in terms of maybe driver ability from what we've seen in the scoring from yesterday, and perhaps even just drivers. Some have mastered the setup, a lot quicker and earlier than others. So I think that's going to be maybe the deciding point for some of these battles in top 32. But as always, Mike, I would expect that as we go from top 16, top 8, and into those final few battles, these drivers will have it figured out, and they'll know exactly where on this track they can attack and where they need to maybe just hold back a little bit and be patient. So you can see kind of a teardrop effect. The track does come back around on itself. So it's 5 outer zones, 1 inner zone, very fluid. It really is just set up just for chase driving, but also for a fast run through. And so far, as we say, Mike, a lot of drivers that we're maybe not familiar with, but have certainly shown that they have real talent. So I'm expecting a really good show here.
Yeah, we've definitely we found some hidden gems in the drift scene tucked away here in Bulgaria and surrounding countries. So it's really good. It's good to be involved. It's good to see new talent, meet new people, and kind of get them out to the world, let everyone see what's going on. As you say, it is kind of, you'd look at that track as drift tracks come and go. It's a very basic one. Well, you talk to the drivers, they will tell you different. It's like it's an anxiety track, the hump gets you at the start, and then it's all go. Obviously when it goes good, it's brilliant, but when it goes wrong, we have seen drivers go into that concrete wall this morning, Kristaps Blues included. Luckily no damage really done to the Eurofighter, and he got away with it, but we've seen other guys not being so lucky. So I think we're going to get fireworks from the start here in the top 32, Ed. And yeah, I can't wait. I know we've a few bye runs. We got 5 bye runs here. So it's going to be a quick enough top 32, but once we get through it, we head to the top 16 and then straight to the final. And yeah, I'm just excited. I get really excited when good driving is on track, and all morning standing watching practice, I was very excited.
Yeah, well, I think, you and me are naturally going to be excited, Mike, because this is what we love. But we also have a very passionate, Bulgarian crowd coming through the gates here. 20,000 spectators expected here today. We're in the middle of Plovdiv, a beautiful city. We haven't had as much time, maybe, Mike, as we would have liked to go and explore. I believe the old town is exceptional around here. A lot of people say it's a far nicer place to visit than Sofia, but we haven't had a chance to explore and find out if that is exactly true. But the people here are so friendly, so passionate about their motorsport and their drifting, and in case you didn't notice, pretty much every driver on the grid here is going to be in the one car that is very much favoured over here, which is a three-letter word, BMW. Yep. That's what it's all about here in the Balkan region, but it's some really impressive builds, Mike. Really enjoyed walking through the pits and just seeing the way people have managed to vary the chassis and do things uniquely. There are a lot of people driving the same car, but the only thing that's the same is the chassis.
Yeah.
Everything else is changed, and they put their own little stamp on it, and that's been really interesting to see. As you can take a look there on screen, a beautiful view of where the VIP area is on the top of the multi-story car park. With that aeroplane, which we haven't had a chance to get into yet, Mike, but we've been told.
Locked it.
Yeah, they locked the door because they said not until you've done your work can you get in there. So that's going to be interesting to be. But so much going on up in that VIP section. Really cool view of the track as well. Not very often did you get such a great bird's eye view of the track. The only other place I can think of that has a view like that would be, it's now gone, but Irwindale. You really would have had, if you were right up in the bleachers, you would have had that kind of bird's eye view of the track. So really cool to see that.
But yeah, we see as well, Eddie, look on the edge of the track. Look at the amount of rubber marbles that are down. So our track team are just out sweeping off the last bits from practice there now, making sure the surface is clean for everyone. Everyone gets the same opportunity to drive on the same surface, because I don't know if you're new or not to drifting, but see them little black marbles on the edge? When you drive out on them, it's like being on ice. There is no grip whatsoever. It's actually scary how little grip is on them, and with full commitment in these drivers and these cars, they need every bit of grip they can get. But we see our first car, number one qualifier, making his way to the line for his boy run. It is Angle, and this car, right? So we seen this yesterday. We're like, oh, it's just a black BMW with red wheels. Then you look around it, and it's probably one of the coolest, sly, prepared drift cars I've ever seen. Look at this, Eddie, throwing huge angle in there from the initiation. No pun intended there. As we see him just letting it off now. I think the rule book states that Angle just has to leave the line.
Yeah, and initiate.
And that's it. So
yeah.
He's saving the tyres, he's saving the car. Sometimes you see boys come out in these boy runs, they try and do something special, put on a show, and then it can end up in a massive crash. I actually seen that previously this year out in OIDC, and Oman Daigo Saito came down for a boy run and went headfirst into the wall and knocked himself out of competition.
Yeah, I think, look, Angle doing a clever thing there. You can see he's actually still checking. I think what we're going to do here is we're going to get all of our boy runs out of the way, Mike, which is actually because Pavel Penev, who we see just leaving the line now, he has a boy run as well. Penev qualifying in 4th position yesterday. Another exceptionally well prepared E36 BMW. The attention to detail that's gone into this car, Mike. Yeah. I mean, you can see it on the screen for yourselves.
Beautiful.
It just you could pop this up in a show and shine. Even the work on the engine, I mean, it just looks so overkill almost for drifting, but I absolutely love it.
Yeah, it's a credit to him and his team. Like, that machine is just insane. The attention to detail, as you said, is just through the roof. So yeah, another boy run coming up now, which is good. These guys are putting a few laps in there. Just they get one lap in to feel out drift conditions. Obviously temperatures well up today than yesterday. Good grip levels for the drivers. So
yeah, Petro Radichev, 5th place qualifier yesterday in this insane R230 Mercedes SL. Yeah, it's like every you can't even say every second car. It's pretty much every car. But yeah, so Petro, another really nice guy, owner of the championship in Bulgaria, and qualified really well. We said it yesterday in qualifying, Mike, this car just, it's not something that you think is going to drift well, but as soon as you see it in the paddock, you get that feeling. This is a guy I want to talk about because he's been, again, another driver that he's coming to Ireland, Nicola Popov, very talented young guy, and this is the person that everybody told us to keep our eye on, and 3rd place in qualifying yesterday in this, I don't want to say basic E36, but it's very functional.
Yeah.
And a very talented driver, shipping this car over to Ireland to compete in the Irish Drift Series for the remainder of the 2026 championship. So any Irish fans watching on, pay particular and close attention to this young man, because he's going to come and challenge the pro field in Ireland, and I can't wait to see him over there.
The one thing I got from watching him this morning is his chase driving is so aggressive. Like, he is all or nothing, on the door, pushing cars around. Like we always say back home, you cannot win practice, but if you could, Nikolai might have won it this morning for some of the chase driving.
He was certainly trying to win practice.
Anyways, he definitely top practice.
Yeah, and look, a lot of these drivers, Mike, well, actually all of these drivers, they've had so much time to practice this weekend. 5 hours of practice yesterday before qualifying. Then we had the qualifying session. Another 5 hours of practice. They have been practicing on that track since 9 o'clock this morning. So they have put down some amount of track time. So these guys know the track very well at this stage. They got to grips with it quite quickly yesterday. Now they've started to perfect it. And the question is now, will we see our final driver who had a bye run, Gediminas Levikas, who completed a run of this circuit earlier on with the bonnet on the windscreen, Mike?
One of the best things I've seen, Eddie. He literally initiated, the bonnet came up and did the full lap near perfectly. That was the thing I took from it. I was like, it was such a good run.
I think it was his best run of the weekend, and that's saying a lot for some. Well, he qualified second, Mike, so he couldn't have done a whole lot more yesterday. A 91.5 if memory serves for Gediminas yesterday. That's not Gediminas in the burnout box. It looks like Barislav Terjevski.
That is Boris there. We're going to have to wait for the graphics to come up on the screen here, Ed, just to confirm for us. We're getting to know the cars. We're getting to know the drivers.
We're getting there, Mike. I think
it's a shame we didn't have one more day. If we were doing it again tomorrow, I reckon we would have been.
Well, look, we got it right and everything, so we're not so bad. So we're waiting for Artur Havrilenko to show up, and unfortunately, we don't have direct communication to our track team. So perhaps this could be a bye run based on mechanical failure for Artur Havrilenko, because they did both qualify 16th and 17th respectively, Mike.
Yeah, but Artur did look like he was having steering issues with that GT86 yesterday, and then this morning,
here we go.
Here he comes. I tell you what, Ned, this car now, I think it's absolutely beautiful. How nice and prepared it is. It's a credit to Artur. The styling on it's unreal. So I'm excited to see if he has, whatever the little steering issues is. The front of that car has been up. They've been working on it. I've seen them stringing it in the line a few times over the past 2 days. So will that all have paid off? Has he got the mechanical gremlins put away, and can he put in a decent chase run to kick off the first battle here at Gonco Fest? I'm super excited, man. 2 cars leave the line. This is it.
Yeah, here we go. Our first battle of Gonco Fest 2026, and Borislav Terjevski leading in Havrilenko, and Havrilenko doing a really good job. Looks like he's got the steering sorted on that GT86, Mike, because he is looking confident. Oh, but just as I say, he starts to wash wide, drops the wheel off circuit, and now Borislav Terjevski starts to pull a gap here, looking very comfortable in the lead position, takes it to the wall and across the line, and the first run of top 32 is in the books.
Yeah, that was a good run there. Unfortunately for Arthur's just dropping that wheel as he passed by our commentary Volvo. I'm going to christen it today, Eddie. But yeah, other than that, it was a nice chase. But look at the lead
combo
line. Such a nice lead line. Look at that, near perfect all the way through that first outer zone. And then here, yeah, you see Arthur's going maybe one and a half wheels, I'm going to say, he put off there, Ed.
Yeah, look, I don't think it'll be too much of a deduction, but it certainly hands quite a sizable advantage to Borislav, who did a really solid job in the lead position. I think, all the boxes ticked in terms of what him and his team would have wanted to achieve going out in that lead position. Your first competitive lead run of the weekend, and looking confident. And there's a driver who seems to have grown between today and yesterday quite dramatically, and Borislav will be feeling as though he just needs to, I think that the challenge for him here is that he won't know really what to expect from Artur, because Artur's been a little bit inconsistent because the car hasn't ran right. But we're just seeing, is there maybe... Oh, it's tyre off the rim. Yeah,
look.
Tyre off the rim there for...
First battle, tyre is off the rim on the GT86, so that's why he dropped the wheel passing by here. I did think that was very strange because he was on a good line, but the drift gods might be looking down on Borislav, using all 550 brake horsepower in that E36, doing a good job in the lead. Nice consistent line. That's what we want. You have to put in a consistent good lead line, and then you get to show off what you can do in the chase position. So he is the higher qualifier, hence why he ran in the lead first. So we're going to wait and see what happens. Here's a replay now, Ed. We'll see when the tyre came off that GT86.
Well, that was just going across the finish line, so I would imagine it happened before that. Will we get another full run?
It's a very interesting location to put your GoPro, isn't it? He's suction cup right in the window in front of you, so the GoPro's looking in the door at you. I'm sure that camera angle is going to be savage. We'll definitely see that on Borislav's social media later on. But yeah, he is waiting for Arthur to change the tyre. So there's the replay of where it went off. Kind of watching the replays and you're trying to see when the smoke stops. That's the way you can tell this stuff, is if the smoke is consistently there. But Borislav doing a lovely job on that fast transition through the centre section. Just big snap to angle, pushing hard, doing a great job there. You see the old classic fan all the heat out of the car. And I can only imagine in the race suits and all the fire equipment in them cars today is very, very warm.
Yeah, as I always say, especially in Ireland, there's only two ways. There's only one way you're going to be. It's just you get there two different ways. In a race suit, you're always going to be wet, and it's either going to be caused by the rain or the heat. So one way or another, you're sweating buckets and you're damp in that suit. And today's going to be particularly difficult for these drivers. And there's going to be a long wait now for Borislav as he sits on the line waiting for Artur Havrilenko to get back and get that tyre back on the rim.
Yeah, so we actually seen him there with lifting the helmet and wiping the sweat off his brow. You can only imagine how warm it is in that car. Such a nice looking car, Borislav's E36, like really styled, very, very nice. It's a big part of drifting, you know, it's all about the driving, but mostly it's about how your car looks. That's what people really judge on you, and how presentable it is. So we're still just waiting for Arthur to get back to the line for the second half of this. Borislav looking at his phone, probably watching back to see what happened behind them.
Yeah, and maybe just taking an opportunity to have a little bit of a chat with the spotter and maybe, you know, try and devise some sort of a plan of attack for the chase. As you say, Mike, I think the key here for Borislav is going to be to allow a little bit of space for the lead car to manoeuvre through that first section.
Yep.
As we take a quick look at the bracket there for the top 32, but we are trying to, I suppose it's our first of our battles, and it's not got through it as quickly as we were hoping, Mike, with that D-bead, but it looks like we are ready to go for a run too. So
they do say good things come to those who wait, so I'm expecting good things from this
I'm
one.
I'm hoping it's going to be fireworks here, so will Havrilenko finally find that little bit of I don't want to say form, Mike, because he hasn't had the car working for him, but maybe that sort of reliability that he needs in that car just to get him around the circuit here. A bit of a tentative entry, and yeah, you can see Borislav just holding back a little bit. Now looks to try and bring the attack, get on the door of that GT86 as they make that long pull. Lead car just a little bit too wide as they now get into that deep, long pull around outside zone 4. Into the inside zone. It's not the perfect lead line, but you know what, for me, Borislav doing a good job of just staying in touch without, over-committing.
Yeah, he's there, but, he's comfortably there. Look at the bumps there coming through that. That E36 is so solid. The car was just jumping up and down. So we see Arthur dropping a wheel there as he comes into that first long pull to the corner. But Borislav doing a nice job in the chase. Really just sitting back, matching. Look, I'm going to do what the judges told me to do in the driver's briefing. I'm going to follow him, match his angle, and just mirror his driving style. So good lead run for Arthur, but I think between the first one and dropping the wheels and Borislav's consistency, I might know which way this one's going. I don't like to make a call until I see the graphic, just in case I get someone's hold up. But
yeah, and we're not entirely sure, Mike, if we're actually going to see it on our screen either, if that judge's decision comes up. Two drivers now sitting on the line.
So we see them.
Yeah, just judges still deliver.
Go on, get it out.
Yeah, it's not going to come.
I'll just slap your back there and we'll get you going.
Discussing. There we go. Judges still discussing this one. So
who would it be? Maybe the judges seen something that we didn't. It kind of seemed a bit, the way it is.
Not sure. I haven't seen those hand gestures before, so I'm not entirely sure what exactly that one means. But yeah, look, I think from our point of view, Mike, from where we're standing, it looked to be pretty kind of clear cut. But as you say, We're not in direct communication with the judges. We don't see if they've made the decision. Looks like the decision coming in. Mike, Igor and Arnas. Is it going to be Borislav or will it be Arthur Havrilenko?
This win or this lose or this lose, this win. Depends.
Suspense, Eddie.
Suspense is killing us,
They're
yes.
building it
So
up here.
they certainly are.
Which way is it going to go?
Of course, a brand new system as well here this weekend.
Oh,
Now they flip them around on the screen. So Borislav in the E36, Arthur in the GT86.
So you'll be very close if they speak too much.
nervous way for the drivers.
Yeah, it's a nervous wait for you and me, Mike, as well.
Yeah.
As we're not entirely sure if the, as I say, if the judges they're in a cherry picker just up over the track. We're in a Volvo XC90.
Yeah, we've air conditioning.
We
they
have
don't.
air conditioning, they don't. So yeah, maybe one of them's passed out. Who knows? We're nice and cool in our little office here this weekend. So it looks as though that decision has been made, and camera panning to Borislav would suggest to me, Mike, that maybe Borislav has taken the win here. But as soon as we get that information, we will let you guys know to confirm it for sure.
It looks that way to us, Ed, so we're the ones with the microphone, so we have all the power apparently. But we're going to head back to the line for our next battle. Who is in our next battle?
Yeah, it's going to be Svetoslav Dekov, who qualified in 8th position to take on
Eddie,
Svetan
sorry.
Eftimov.
So one more time.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah, so the judge has definitely seen something there, but we're going to have to come back to that one in a bit. Yeah.
Yeah, so here we go. Svetoslav Dekov in the E92 in the lead position, as I mentioned, qualifying well up the order inside that top 10 yesterday in 8th position, and an absolute ripper of a lead line. Svetan Eftimov in that E46 with some work to do, Mike, qualifying well down the order, and of course 29 drivers, two of them then with mechanical simply. So Svetan was really down the order in 25th position, and it looks as though that's starting to show through here as Svetoslav looks to have that car just absolutely dialed. How cool is that E92, Mike?
Watch the way he comes through there. He's the only one who's using that section properly to his advantage. He really has that E92 set up, so Dekov doing a good job there. Lovely lead line. Unfortunately, the E46 in the chase just not able to get the proximity at the start. He does reel him in as they come into that outer zone there, but little straight and little wobble. One or two small little mistakes like that will cost you in the long term. It knocks points off from the judges as you complete the lap, so it's going to be interesting to see what way this one goes when we swap them around. We're going to have to put Dekov now in the chase and see how we can do through the bump section, following what, dare I say, a slower car.
Yeah, a slower car, Gazda, as he's known, I'm assuming. So Gazda in that lead position now. He's that's Gazda Price. He's going to have to try and pull out maybe perhaps the best lead run that he's managed all weekend, because he just hasn't been as consistent as maybe some of the higher qualifiers from yesterday. Does start to drop wheels there, and it's not the most fluid run as Svetoslav in the chase position. Just look, he's choosing picking and choosing his points on track where he's going to make his attack, and starts to apply that pressure as they cross the line. Really strong run from him in the chase position.
Yeah, Dekov doing a great job there.
Definitely looking good over the two runs.
He's definitely one to watch this weekend. Look at this, as you say, he's just picking and choosing his moments. He doesn't get in there too close that could bring him into danger, but he's close enough now that I'm sure the lead car knows he's there. The screams of that E92 roaring down behind you as they push through the centre section. Watching the replay here now, lovely snappy transition from both guys, carrying some speed there, big commitment, no handbrake, no nothing, just one big clutch kick ahead and sending it on its way. That's what I like to see.
So judging decision coming in a little bit quicker, it looks as though, this time around. And are those white arrows a suggestion that the winner is going to be Svetoslav Dekov? I do believe it is, Mike. So we
we'll
have
see Dekov,
our first, well, it's not our first driver into the top 16 because we have our bye runs, but it's the first driver to earn his way through battle into the top 16 as we move on to our next battle, which will see Luka Popovic in the E36 to lead in Martin Nikolov in that E30 combo, which I absolutely love. This thing. It's just a little bit, it's just so different. It's a little bit, I love the colour scheme. Obviously a fan of yellow. But he's got some work to do here because he qualified down the order, 24th position. Luca qualifying right inside that top 10 in 9th position yesterday. He's looking confident. You feel as though always, Mike, anybody qualifying inside that top 10 is going to look good. But look at this, already problems for
Martin there,
for
just
Nikolov,
dropping back. Yeah, he's pushing back, doesn't have the proximity from the start. Can he close the gap? Maybe he might have to shorten the track, not what we really want to see. We want to see some door-and-door action here, but this is only the top 32, maybe having some mechanical gremlins. I did see some of the chasing from Martin in the wagon in practice this morning, and he actually was doing some good runs, some close tandems. So really wonder did he miss a gear or
yeah,
something?
it just looks like
yeah, it definitely was.
Yeah.
See the way he just stalled up there, which let the lead
yeah,
car
he'd be
just
absolutely
go.
furious.
Luca doing a great job though in the lead position, I must admit. Very, very fast run there. So what's going to happen? We swapped him around. Martin now obviously will be a little bit angry with himself after that small mistake, which we're going to play the assumption game, Ed, because we are not in the car. We can't see exactly what happened, but from watching multiple drift events over the years, you kind of see these things happen right in front of you. A little misshift there can just cause, even if it's just a little grind.
Well, I suppose the good thing is, Mike, we still have the second half of the run to go, and that could still turn this 360. You never know what's going to happen in the second run. We always say in drifting, sometimes and a lot of times when there's a big advantage one way, that's the way it goes. But now look at this in the lead position. He seems to have found his
mojo
again. His mojo. That's the word I'm looking for, Mike. Thank you.
Sorry, I got you, man.
So Martin Nikolov now in the lead position, but the question is, Mike, is it too little too late? Now he starts to drop some wheels and it just starts to fall away from him a little bit. Those mistakes start to creep in, and from Luka Popovic's point of view, didn't have to risk a whole lot there. Didn't risk a whole lot, and to me it should be enough for a safe passage into the top 16.
Yeah, Luca doing a great job there in lead and chase. So Martin maybe knew he had to push hard there. You see as he's coming into the centre section now, he just slowly starts to drop a wheel there, and one or two little wheels, they will tally up your score. So unless the judges have seen something different than we have, but it looks to me like that one is straight. Just waiting on the graphic to come up though. Before, I don't want to say it, Eddie, okay? I just don't want to say it out loud until I
look,
see it
at the end of the day, Mike, we're just mere fans. We see what we see, but the judges have a bird's eye view of the track, so we're only seeing what's on camera, and there will be things that we may miss. They'll have a desired line that they'll want to see the drivers going through.
Yeah.
There'll be areas where mistakes, they will weigh them differently. So we obviously don't get the authority to make those calls. So
which is probably good now.
It's probably good because
I'd be giving them wins on style of car.
Yeah, and I think
cool
we're both feeling the effects of the sunstroke from yesterday and this morning.
So did we get a result for that one? No graphic came up. This is it. It's early days. It's early. We'll be running by the top 16 now, and this will be in just great flying form as well.
Yeah, no, it's the results not popped through just yet for us, Mike.
But we see our next battle in the burnout box.
Yeah, and that's going to be Demetrius Giannopoulos.
Yeah,
so the result has come true, and it is Luka Popovic moving on to the top 16. We can confirm.
Okay, so we're going to head back now, and up next, you're our local name pronouncer, Ed.
Well, I'm just going to stick with Dimitri versus Dobromir because I think
it's good enough for me.
The double D's, Mike. That's what it's all about.
So we've Dimitri in the lead and Dobromir in the chase. So let's see what happens when they leave the line. Dimitri there throwing it in. Dobromir right with him. Dobromir putting more angle on in the chase position than the lead car. That's very unusual, but Dimitri ended up a small bit on the inside of the circle there as he entered into the long right hand corner now. Oh, and something went wrong. That car shuts down.
Mike, I was watching that run just right from the start. It just didn't look like that little 1 Series BMW was running full tilt like what we saw from it yesterday. And some problems there for Dimitri.
Something went wrong there, so hopefully.
And it's interesting because you mentioned yesterday, Mike, not a whole lot of drivers, the 1J not as common, say, as the 2J, and the 1J underneath the bonnet wasn't mechanical from the engine. Not sure, of course. These cars run in such high temperatures now as well with the heat that we have here today. Perhaps it could be an ECU shut off with temperatures getting too high.
But yeah, unfortunately, not what you want in your top 32 battle. These cars, as we said, got a lot of practice this morning, a lot of laps under their belts, and then when it comes down to the main show and the time, usually that's when it goes wrong. Sometimes too much practice can be a disadvantage. As weird as that is to say, it's good for a driver to know the track and know what they can and can't do, but these cars, they have a tough life, Eddie. They have a really tough life to do.
They almost have as tough a life as you and me, Mike.
Yeah. Sitting in Volvos in air conditioning?
Sitting in Volvos in the air conditioning, yeah, it can be just so hard going. But yeah, no, look, as I say, a lot of it's practically a full championship season's worth of driving done in the last 2 days for these cars.
Let's see what happens. Are we going to get a 5-minute rule here? Will it be a retirement or? Is it something?
So the track start line marshal is waving, and that's it looks as though it's going to be it's going to take the opportunity, Mike, to test the conditions, or will he just initiate and shut it down? No, he's trying something. Yeah, he's
I really hope he was trying that.
I think he was just trying something. You know, it did look that little bit wild. And
so Dobomir will move on to the top 16, which is another cool car, another cool BMW. Heading to the main show later on
nice
today.
Place to be for a driver who qualified a little bit further down the order yesterday, 20th position for Dobomir. So he's going to be happy with that. Extra seat time and back into the pits to chill out. It's a cool little pit area. So now Ivan Bozhkov in that E30 is going to lead in Christian Dodev in the E36.
Yeah, Christian Dodev, 500 brake horsepower with an N50 B30 underneath there. Some cool BMW engines. Not going to lie, I don't speak fluent BMW, but I have learned a lot in the last few days.
Well, I think, look, Mike, if you are a fan of BMWs, this is the place for you.
Yeah.
I think the Balkan drift region. It's you're going to get your fill of BMWs. You were saying yesterday that you're not quite up on your BMW engines, but you're going to be an expert. You're going to be fluent in BMW by the end of this weekend. Love this car. This was another car that we were kind of having a little look around earlier on.
Well presentable car as well, well finished car. So it's a credit to him and his team.
This car is the one that crashed earlier on, I believe, isn't that right?
I think this. So it was already 36.
It was a very similar. If it wasn't this one, it was a very similar one. And the team, damage done to the trailing arm and the rear hub, but all sorted and back out, ready to go. So Bozhkov, the higher qualifier in the E30.
Yeah. So Ivan is going to lead in the E30, and apologies, Christian is going to chase in the E36. BMW versus BMW. Another battle here, top 32. Away they go from the start line. Look at the E30. Poor car. There's less and less panels on this the more it comes on track. Nice initiation there from both guys. Look at Christian in the chase. They're doing a good job there, getting right up on Ivan's floor. Even now have to dial off a bit of angle, try and keep that E30 on the circuit as they push through the final corner, making their way into the centre section. Look at this. This is a nice chase drive now from Christian as he transitions back. Maybe just getting lost in the smoke.
I think Mike, he was getting that proximity, but he was getting there on the wrong line, and it ended up costing him. But look at how well Ivan Bozhkov has this E30 gripped up. Watch after the initiation. He goes through section 1, and just as he comes by the grandstand here, watch the lift here on the driver's side wheel. Boom! That is absolutely just gripped up, but it does catch him a little bit. Has to just take some of the angle out of it. Then he's a little bit too deep. Now he gets back on him. But look at this. Maybe that affected the chase line of Christian Dodev, as Dodev now tries to kind of gain that proximity, but he's way offline, Mike. And that ultimately catches him. Bozhkov then tucks the nose of that E30 back in, gets it across the line. I think mistakes from both drivers over the two runs, but I think maybe perhaps the bigger mistakes on the side of Dodev. But it'd be interesting to see what way the judges will look at that. Will they say perhaps that the lead driver created some of those problems as we switch them around for the second half of this one? Dodev now to lead in Bozhkov. He'll have some clean air to work with.
Yeah, so let's see what happens when we put Christian in the lead. Look at Ivan though, sitting back that little bit. He knows Christian's fast. He wants to get as much run in as possible from the start line. That little bit of just an extra few yards there, Eddie. It does help. It gets you up your gear changes quicker, especially when you're entering so fast and through the bumpy section of clip 1. It kind of looks really fun to drive, and I'd say it's one of them things when you're sitting there, you're going, I know what to do, but it happens.
Yeah, look,
like every initiation is different. So let's see what happens with Christian here now. He leads in Ivan, leaving the line. E36 versus E30. BMW on BMW as they bump their way through clip 1. Nice and fast from Christian. Ivan needs to put the foot down now, start to reel him in as they make their way into the long outer zone. Putting the foot down. Christian doing a good job in the lead here. Not too deep in the zone, but he is in there. Ivan though getting right up close.
Oh, look at this, Mike. He's made a huge mistake in that chase position. He's gone far too aggressive.
I thought I seen something with a tyre. I could
Is
be
it a
wrong.
tyre off?
In the E30. Hang on, let's see on the replay.
Yeah, we're going to watch it back here. I don't know, to me, hard from the angle that we were watching from, but is it a case maybe just went a little bit too aggressive trying to force the issue? You see,
I'm getting really close to the screen here now to see.
Yeah.
The closer I get, the more I can see it.
Yeah, the more you can see, yeah. So here we go, yeah, look.
I could be wrong. It could be more body panels coming off this car.
Hard to tell from that angle, but if you look at the line that he takes to get to that point, there is a bit of a pinch point at at the end of that zone, and if you're not on the correct line, we saw it on the previous battle where the chase driver made a dive. But look, Mike, they're out of the cars. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a round of applause. They'll still be able to hear you down at the point where they're getting the results as we await that result to come true. Will it be Dodev or Boshkov to go through into the top 16?
Yeah, judges just deliberating this one as well, probably going through the replays, looking at all the camera angles here at Gonco Fest. The voting is on.
And just remember, guys, if you're watching at home, you can log on to the Drift Kings website, go to the burger menu in the top left hand corner, scroll down to the bottom where it says scores, and you'll be able to keep an eye on the live bracket as the results come
Can
through.
I ask you a question?
You can, of course.
Why is it called a burger menu? I wanted to ask this yesterday.
It's called a burger menu because it looks like the top of a bundy with the burger in the middle, the 3 layers. I only learnt that information recently, Mike.
Okay, very good. I actually thought it was like the lunch. I was like, oh, I'll have a chicken burger.
Yeah, unfortunately not, but there is some great food here in the stalls. We enjoyed some epic pizza yesterday, which was so well priced. Pizza, 12-inch pizza and a drink for less than €10.
That's the Irish coming out, and you know that.
Well, look.
As we still, judges looking at more replays here, Ed. See, where they're looking at now, if we're going to play I'm having a guess game here, they're seeing, did that car, the E30, Ivan, have to stall up because Christian was on too much angle? Maybe he was a bit late leaving that zone?
Yeah, I think it's kind of like a natural pinch point on the track, Mike, so it will be interesting, and unfortunately, as we say, we don't have direct access to the... And it's Boshkov gets the... Boshkov in the E30 gets the win, Mike, so the judges must be deeming that the lead driver was at fault there and maybe caused that mistake from Dodev.
They did say in driver's briefing this morning that they need to push hard out of that zone there and make that transition as fast as possible. But maybe he just held on to angle a little bit too much, which bottlenecked the chase car. So yeah, Ivan moving on to the top 16.
Yeah, we move on to the next battle. The first on the right hand side of our bracket. It will be Gabriel Minkoff in the lead position in that E46 to take on Nedko Buyukliev.
Oh, tyre off the rim, Ed. Tyre off the rim.
And you know what, Mike? It was the first thing we spotted on this track when we drove over it in a road car on Friday evening when we arrived here. You can instantly feel how severe that bump is, and it looks to have caught Gabriel Minkoff here.
Very unfortunate for Gabriel. Look right now.
Boom,
boom.
There it goes.
Seen it explode off the rim. That was a cool shot. I'm sure he doesn't find it cool.
Yeah, it's not going to be cool for Minkoff and his team, but Buyukliev will be looking on and going, do you know what? Not the way I want to win, but I'll take that advantage. He was well down the order yesterday, 18th position. Minkoff in 15th in qualifying.
So yeah, we're going to have to wait for Gabriel now to go in and change his tyre. Well, his tyres, should I say. You know, we're not going to let him do one, put 2 on there. So it looks like we're heading back to the line.
Wow. So we move on to our all-female battle of Sandra versus Eva Rusanova.
This is going to be an interesting one. Obviously, we have 3 female competitors on the grid this weekend, is it, if I'm correct?
Yeah, absolutely, and we'll see all 3 of them, Mike, over the course of the next 3 or 4 battles, I believe.
One of them's definitely going to a top 16 anyways.
Absolutely, yeah, and you know, you're no stranger to Sandra Yanuskita.
Sandra, yeah.
Such a difficult surname for,
do you know what, man,
for someone from our part of the world to try and pronounce.
I can't even attempt it. Like, there's just too many letters. It's like an episode of Countdown there is now.
Too many consonants.
Sandra and Eva, this is going to be an interesting one. 2 very, very good drivers. I know Sandra for a couple of years, seen her compete in OIDC in Oman in the off-season just gone, but Eva is new to me and definitely one that's impressed me since I've got to Bulgaria. Some very tasty driving over now, I must admit. Yeah,
I think she's going to have her hands full though. She's going to need to be at her best here because Sandra qualifying in 7th position, and you know, it's a real testament to her. It's great. Drifting is it's kind of a male-dominated sport, Mike, but I love seeing the ladies come and challenge. But when they're competitive as well, it's even better. It's great to see that. And it's one of the few sports worldwide where you get to see, you know, the male and female athletes go head to head, and Sandra flying the flag proudly. But Eva, she won't be counting herself out of this one. She'll be coming forward, but she's going to have to try and catch up quickly here because she's lost a huge amount of ground through that first section. As Sandra is just up and gone.
Yeah, Sandra is so fast. That E36, it moves, it boogies. Eva doing whatever she can now to try and close the gap, get back up. She's here driving in front of her. home crowd, and just an over rotation for Eva coming into the last corner. I think Eddie, she was that far back, she might have just got lost in Sandra's smoke. Sandra though, just beast mode is engaged. Some of her practice runs this morning were just so fast that I'm like, ooh, this is definitely one to watch. And the most interesting fact that I learned is this car obviously was out in Oman in the Middle East for the off season. The guys, her team only got it back 3 days ago.
3 days ago, yeah. So
And they're here now competing in it. So credit to her and her team for getting it here to Bulgaria for Gonco Fest. And definitely it's an E36 that rips.
yeah, and you know what? Just looking back on the replay there, I think a little bit of inexperience perhaps from Eva leaving the line and just, I suppose, approaching it from the point of view of a lead run perhaps and getting caught. But I mean, it looked as though they were off the line, at the same time. But then Sandra just, flies out in front, and from there it's plain sailing for her. But she's going to have to maybe try and tone that back, and we'll look at the experience here. She'll need a cool, calm head. She'll need to give Eva Rusanova some space to manoeuvre here, because we haven't seen quite the consistency from Eva just yet. Very talented driver, some really good runs, and we're seeing a really strong lead line here from her, and perhaps her chase driving just needing a little bit of work maybe, Mike.
I think maybe Sandra might have just got caught a small bit, Ed. She left a bit of room there for Eva, wondering, I don't know what's about to happen, and then Eva's after putting in a brilliant lead line, and now Sandra's just playing catch up all the way. The two of them do finish the run out, but I think it will come back to that over rotation in the first.
Yeah, and look, that's the exact challenge that we talk about for coming up against a driver who maybe hasn't been consistent over the weekend for whatever reason. It's very hard to know. You don't want to go in too hot and make a mistake. You don't want to fall back too far. Is on a bit of a better line through that zone. And
Eva's very shallow, so shallow does make you fast, and that can get the gap and the proximity. But Sandra trying to use every bit of power in that E36 to close the gap. I wonder if she's having some sort of heating issue. She didn't want to stop there, and we've seen the same when she came out for the track walk earlier on. She can't really leave the car idling. Keep it going, get some air in it. These custom tracks, Eddie, hot air gets trapped in the middle of there. It's not good for
not
cooling
good for airflow. Yeah, not
very
good
for
for
fans. It's very good. It's entertainment.
Yeah, and particularly in this heat, because when the aircon shuts off in this car, Mike, we heat up pretty quickly. We're going to go back to the one more time between Borislav Terziski and Artur Havrilenko.
Yeah, so let's see what happens. Both guys know from the first battle what they did right, what they did wrong, where to improve.
As we just make it official between Sandra and Eva, and it will be Sandra moving on to the top 16. She's a regular podium finisher, so she'll be having her eyes on the prize as we go back to the start line. And Borislav Terziski, can he get it right this time around? Can he find the missing piece?
Oh, no!
I don't want to call it a mistake, Mike. He gets caught on the hop, for want of a better phrase, because that bounce is so severe.
Did you see how that E36 just changed direction on the bounce? Watch.
That is.
Oh,
wow, that's vicious, Mike.
And Arthur doing a great job there, not to just go side into the back of that car. He had to.
Yeah, I think had he been any closer there, that could have been a huge accident. And luckily, the wall is set back quite far, because just so dangerous if you get it wrong there. You kind of have about 2 or 3 feet to play with in terms of the correct line through that section, and you get it wrong, and it's really severe. And
there's a tyre off the rim on Borislav's E36, so the one more time not getting off. These two guys are having a tough time here at Gonco Fest.
This is one. Some battles just seem like they're cursed, Mike, and this is perhaps one of them.
Probably one of them, yeah.
That's the second tyre off, or that's the second time they've had to go back to the pits.
Oh yes, sorry, it happened to the other car. Yeah, that both cars now and have lost the tyre on a run on the first run. Oh, maybe it's not a tyre, Ed. It could be a shaft.
It could be.
Or an axle. It depends on what part of the world you're from. I don't know what they call it. We call them a drive shaft.
So it looks as though the marshal is telling him that's it. Yeah, and you don't need to be professional to understand that body language. I'm going to guess here that Artur Havrilenko is moving on to the top 16, Mike.
Yeah, I think something's after braking, getting in the back of that car. So very unfortunate for Borislav. He will have to bow out here in the top 32 at Gonco Fest. Not what we want to see, not mechanical failures. This track, Ed, is risk reward. I think whoever gets top step on that podium tonight is going to be a true champion, a true warrior, and they're going to earn it.
It's going to be, driver and car. It's going to be both. So, here we go. Just
you both have to work together.
Artur Havrilenko just
Maybe
making
use
his,
this as
making
another
his,
test lap as well
yeah,
to make
absolutely,
sure this
because,
car's working.
because he hasn't had a whole lot of time to drive this car, despite the amount of practice that these drivers have had. This car hasn't looked. This is the best we've seen all weekend.
That is an unbelievable line that he is on there. So consistent. This is the Arthur we expected to see. So hopefully he brings that energy to the top 16 and maybe he could push that GT86 further. Dare I say it, would we have a non-BMW on the podium? Imagine that.
You would get fantastic odds there, Mike. You know, I think it'd be a risky one, but
you know me, risk reward. I'm a bit of a gambling man.
well, it's all about risk reward here in drifting, and yeah, as I say, as we get an opportunity just to have a moment.
Yeah.
What an amazing event to
What
have
an
been part
amazing
of. We've certainly been shocked, not shocked, but you know, pleasantly surprised. I suppose.
Yeah.
As we go back to the start line, where Kristaps Blus now looking nice and calm, just fixing. I think he's just tightening up the visor there, making sure that it's not going to move for him. He's going to be leading in Preslav Sholikov.
Yeah, Kristaps Blus is so aggressive in the chase. I've been a Blus fan for a long time. He will throw everything at it and he will crash them cars because I heard he gets a good deal on the kits.
Is it this E36?
This
That
is the one. Oh, wait a minute.
Did they practice together and have the accident together?
And this is what brought Kristoff in the blue. Oh, I don't know.
It could well be. They're so similar, though. Both
Maybe
those
for
E36s.
show value, we'll just say it. There's no footage.
We'll
Yes,
say it is.
This
Yeah,
exactly
so
what
here we go.
happened.
Kristaps Blus to lead in Preslav Sholikov as they go for it in contact again through that first section. Kristaps Blus holds on to it, keeps it going as Preslav gets back in it now and tries to hunt down the door of the E92 Eurofighter of Kristaps Blus. And Kristaps growing in confidence with every pass in the circuit here as Preslav makes a mistake, drops onto the inside of the track, drops a wheel over the line, and wow, that could have been bad through that first section.
Man, that was
wow.
Preslav, if you meant to do that, that is the coolest thing I have seen so far at Gonco Fest. That transition to avoid contact with Kristaps Blus was absolutely amazing. But Kristaps Blus, obviously in the higher horsepower car, he has 900 brake, where Preslav only has 6, so he's 300 brake down. You know what I mean? So he's doing a really good job there. You see him kind of cutting the track just wherever he can to just get as much proximity and get up on the door. But Kristaps Blus, he looks like one to watch this weekend, in my opinion. I think this is a man that, if he can figure it out and the car plays ball, definitely could take that top step later tonight.
So we switched around and is there maybe some problems perhaps with that E36?
They're definitely checking the front of that.
They're checking it out, yeah. But there's a cone stuck under it. I was thinking perhaps there's a cone under there. It looked like they were trying to recover something from underneath. Problems. Cones representing the tipping area on the track, or I think the outer and inner zone.
Right, so let's see what Preslav can do here. Kristaps Blus, more horsepower in the chase, so he's ready to stick it on his door. Hopefully we don't have a reenactment of practice earlier on. Buckeyes making it through the bumpy zone. Nice job there for Preslav. Well, look at Kristaps Blus, he's right there with him, up on the door, getting up close and personal, pushing that E36 around outer zone, making her way through the inside and throwing it back. Eddie, someone came to the window of the car there and really put me off mid-run there now. I didn't know what was happening. I can't multitask.
Yeah, well, you know, it's something you're going to have to get used to, Mike, in the commentary tower.
The commentary Volvo.
The commentary Volvo, yeah. Convo. So,
yeah, so we're just watching the replay here now. Kristaps Blus doing a great job in the chase. He's close, but he's not too close. Do you know what I mean? He's really pushing. Sorry, we're just having a little bit of mic issue here, Ed. Everyone's coming in the Volvo. They want the air conditioning, but they're not having it. Quick, you're letting the cold out.
yeah, so just doing a technical check there just on our microphones to make sure they're coming out over the speaker system here in attendance. So we do apologise if you're watching online.
Big hugs from the guys.
Hugs all around, yeah. And do we have a result come true for that battle? Yeah, it looks as though...
We're looking at the live...
It looks as though Kristaps Blus has moved on to the top 16.
So yeah, definitely we're going to see him later on in battle action here at Gonco Fest. Really excited for that. Hopefully we get some of them iconic Christoph chase runs by the end of the day where he is absolutely pushing. But the next battle leaves the line. Who do we got, Ed?
Well, it's one more. Is it the second half of the
Gabriel
Minko and Nedko Buyukliev battle? So with the first run, of course, we did see that tyre DB'd for Gabriel Minkov, and now Nedko leading him in, doing a really nice job in that E30, fulfilling that outer zone really nicely now. Can he tuck the nose end of that BMW in nicely? He certainly can. But look at the chase run here from Gabriel Minkov, who's just absolutely doored him the whole way around that circuit.
Gabriel had a point to prove there, so unfortunately he DB'd it on the first run and they didn't even get to complete a lap. So he's like, look, I've one more lap to prove I can do this, so I'm going to put a show on. Look at that transition there, Eddie. Absolutely brilliant, tucking the E46 nose into the back of the E30 in the lead position.
Yeah, it does get stuck on a kind of a shallower line though, but I think with the proximity, look, he had to force the issue, Mike. Yeah. I mean, in many ways it's probably the best way to go out on circuit, from a point of view of there's no you're not going to get caught between how hard will I go. He has no choice but to try and force an error because of what happened on the first half of the run. So it's pretty
that
clear
one set
cut.
in stone. We knew which way that's going. Unfortunately for Gabriella, it's the end of his weekend. But what a driver! What a driver! He definitely impressed me.
Yeah, well, we're going to move on to Yordan Andreev in a moment versus Dimo Georgiev. But we're just waiting for the judges just to make that official. It does. It is one of those. It's pretty clear cut, but we do want to get that judging confirmation. And yes, there you have it on your screens. Nedko Buyukliev will be moving on to the top 16, where we will see him later on this afternoon. So we go back to the start line, where it is that 200 SX of Yordan Andreev.
550 brake horsepower, and you know what? He's using every bit of it on this circuit here. Some good runs yesterday in practice, and definitely one that you're interested in.
It looks like it's going to be a bye run here because there's no sign of Dimo Georgiev.
Mechanical issues maybe from this morning coming into play. So yeah, Yordan gets the bye run. Will he just initiate and go back in, or is he going to put a show on? He looks like he's going to put a show on to me. Throwing that 200 right through the bumps. It's very strange to say weird shield like a 200 SX on the grid at a drift event, because normally, everyone's in them, but this is the only one here this weekend. Yeah,
but also just interestingly styled, no rear wing, which is unusual to see in a drift car. You usually have something massive hanging out the back of a 180 SX, or a 200 SX chassis.
Depends on what part of the world you're from.
Yeah, where you're from, what you want to call it. But yeah, look, bye run there for Yordan Andreev. He's going to be delighted getting himself into a top 16, and just had to make that simple pass of the circuit. Didn't have to really set that car alight, or set the scoreboards alight. Just test the conditions, get an idea of what the conditions are like out there. As we now have two battles remaining in our top 32 before we have our top 16 locked in. The first of those we'll see Boyan Dekov taking on the man on your screen, Super Kemal Soylu. And Tudor Kyortan will then take on Alice Ina, the last of our female competitors.
Yeah, so let's see what can happen here. Boyan is going to lead in Super Kemal, but one car on line. Usually you can see the second car in the burnout box. No sign of him there, and it's another bye run. Super Kemal flying his way into the top 16 there. He obviously has the cape on today as he enters in the circuit there now, doing a nice job. Very shallow, but he's only putting this lap in.
I think this is an example, Mike, of just how difficult the conditions are with the amount of heat that these cars are experiencing. Really, really warm day here in Bulgaria, but also so much practice over the last 2 days. As you alluded to, Mike, earlier on, it can be a negative thing because it puts so much strain on the car.
Yeah. There is a lot of strain on drift cars. Like anyone that drives, me and you both know, it's anxiety if this thing's going to hold up for 40 seconds.
Especially for how highly strung competition level cars are. So, I mean, if you're doing 5 hours of practice, that is a long... it's a lot of driving. It's going to take its toll on all the different components. Add in the heat that the cars are experiencing, and I think that's an example of why we are seeing so many bye runs here.
Okay, so we're going to head to the last battle of the top 32. Good fun here. All drama, fireworks, everything. We've had it all. Loads of tyres off. The air conditioning just turned off in the GP ready. You may go sort that one out now.
Well, luckily, Mike, it's only one battle left, so I think we'll manage. But yeah,
I'm a bit of a diva.
It gets pretty warm in here very quickly when the aircon shuts off. And yeah, we're going to be under pressure for the last run of the day, or the last run of the top 32. But I think
You know what I just realised? Okay, we should probably stop talking about the aircon in the Jeep, because there's a lot of people out in the sun that don't have aircon.
Yeah.
And they're probably not going to be too happy with us.
Yeah, you
when
can
we
see
get
all
out
the
of
umbrellas out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's not
it's
rain umbrellas.
But that's it, Mike. It's people trying to keep themselves in the shade, but this is exactly what you want for drifting. You want the sun to be out. You want
We're all
it to be
drift
warm.
fans. We'll take the risk of a bit of heat stroke and things like that. For unbelievable battles at an event like this here at Gonco Fest.
100%. It certainly beats cold and rain and strong winds. So we just await those final two drivers. Will it be Tudor Kjartan or Alicina to make up our final place in the top 16? As you can see, grandstand starting to fill up. It is only early in the day here in Bulgaria. Well, I say that it's 3 p.m. and of course we will be running from the top 16 all the way through to the final, but there will be a short break in the action to allow some of our spectators to go and
enjoy the show.
Get themselves rehydrated, get some food into their bellies.
Yeah, actually, everyone
enjoy
in
the show.
Make sure, on the break, go enjoy the show, but definitely keep some water on board.
Yeah, get that sun cream on.
Yeah,
and,
sun cream on.
we forgot to bring the sun cream, Mike. Which
in the
was,
hotel room 2 days in a row.
2 days in a row. Yeah, that was,
It's a good place for it.
Probably not, Mike. Probably not the best place for it. But yeah, we had good fun in the hotel bar last night, Mike. Quite an interesting place. Some good tunes, some good food, some good drinking done.
Some good vibes.
Yes.
Meeting some of the drivers and the teams.
Yeah,
Did they understand me? Did I understand them?
We'll
Probably
call
not
it,
really.
market research.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Put that down to business expenses.
So Alicina makes her way to the line. 146.
So Alice is going to chase first, if I'm correct, because we have Tudor higher qualifier yesterday. He's going to lead in.
Well, yeah, you can see him just in the background there. I was worried there, Mike,
Yeah,
because
so right.
problems with that car yesterday during practice. As you can see, Alice blessing herself, and you know what, praying to the drift gods that this can work out. Just testing the steering.
It works.
And you know what, keeping the mind occupied, Mike, with little things. Just going through maybe a pre-run routine. Try and settle those nerves and get the mind focused on the task at hand. And Tudor taking his time here.
Yeah, well, Alice
maybe
knows.
playing some games here, and with the amount of time he's taking just to warm these tyres. Now moves his way up to the start line as temperatures start to rise here in the XC90
Commentary
combo. So here we go, last battle in our top 32. Thumbs up from the start line, Marshall. We are go Tudor Kjartan to lead in Alice Ina. Who's it going to be going into that top 16? Tudor absolutely coming from him, but he's missed that first zone completely, Mike. Not the perfect line here for Alice Ina to try and chase it.
Yeah.
It becomes shallow. This is going to open the door here for Alice in the second half of this one as she looks to try and close the gap here, gain some proximity and get up on the door of that E30.
See Tudor now.
Oh,
He's
but she
hanging.
drops off.
That's similar to what happened in the last battle. He's hanging too late after that zone. The judges said in briefing this morning, Eddie, when you come to the end of that zone, leave it and shoot off. So I wonder, is that going to come into play? But Tudor, man, he is so fast. That
He's
E30
so fast.
is unbelievable. I think Alice, did whatever she can. But as you said, Eddie, that's what I seen. He missed that first clip, nearly completely, which did help him get the bit of space ahead of Alice, and then Alice is trying to reel him in for the
it allowed him
second half of that battle.
allowed him to pull a gap, and Alice did a good job. She kind of she was kind of stuck in what she could do in certain parts of the track in terms of how she could attack, but yeah, she did have to. It is going to be interesting to see, was she close enough for the judges to deem that the lead driver's line would have affected her and caused that stall up. I'm not so sure. It looked like as though it may have been a separate mistake on her own just caused by her own driving, but we'll see what way the judges look at it. It's now her opportunity to lead, and with that fresh air, clean air in front of her, will she be able to lay down a strong run?
Or are we going to see the aggressive chase style of Tudor as he pushes that E30 right up on Alice's E46? Well, we're about to find out. Ed has to lead the line. Alice to lead. Tudor chase, make their way down to the initiation zone. Weight transfer, throwing it in through the bumps. Look at this from Alice, lovely and wide, but Tudor very shallow there. But what a dive right up on Alice's door, getting up close and personal, putting on a show for everyone in attendance here at Gonco Fest. As we see Alice though doing a lovely lead long, but Tudor is right there with her, not letting her get too far away. Huge flames coming from the side of the E30 as they transition through the centre section, pushing out wide and over the line. Eddie Power, that is what we came to see.
Yeah, that's what we came to see, Mike. Very exciting. I don't think it was the most technically perfect run from either driver. I think Alice starts the run nicely, gets into that first zone, but from here, for me, she starts to kind of drop out of it. The line that she takes into zone 4 just starts to just not really ideal. You can see here she's late into the zone. Well, maybe not.
I don't know what you're watching. I'm watching a different one here, man.
I'm maybe getting confused by or getting caught by a different line on the track. So it actually looked pretty good that time around. So interesting. It could be Alicina moving on to
This could
the
be
top
an interesting
16.
call. It could come back to that Tudor missing that first clip. You know,
Hugs all around and high fives, and I think they enjoyed that one, Mike.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
Alice
what we
gave it
want.
absolutely everything. Guys, give them a round of applause. Alicina and Tudor Kjortan. But which one of them was taking that final spot in the top 16? I can't announce. It is Tudor Kjortan moving on to the top 16. Mike, and unfortunately we lose Alicina there as the judges. Yeah, just going with the with Tudor in that E30. We'll be back to see him later on this afternoon in the top 16. So
yeah.
that is our top 16 decided, Mike. We will be taking a short break from the action to allow these drivers just to get those cars set up and ready for a fight all the way to the podium. We will be back shortly. There's a look at the bracket. As I say, you can follow the bracket live on the Drift Kings website. Just choose the burger menu in the top left hand corner, scroll down to the bottom where it says score, and you'll be able to keep track and up to date with all the drivers and how they're progressing through the competition from top 16 all the way to our podiums, which will be later on this evening. Lots of action still to come here at Gonco Fest. If you're here in attendance, make sure and go and check out all the trade stands, all the food stands, and keep yourselves well hydrated. We'll be back shortly for more drift action.
We use WD-40 multi-use products.
I mean, just like you guys do at home, literally on everything. From door hinges at your house to your suspension points, all the suspension, uniballs, bushings. It's a product that we depend on, we all rely on. I mean, we literally have 10 cans of those in our toolbox all day, every day.
Ние сме Онлайн Машини БГ. Вече може да ни посетите и в нашия шоурум в София с над 1000 топ артикула налични на място. Получете професионална консултация и изберете подходящият продукт за вас. Онлайн Машини БГ. Всяка една машина.
We use WD-40 multi-use products.
I mean, just like you guys do at home, literally on everything. From door hinges at your house to your suspension points, all the suspension, uniballs, bushings. It's a product that we depend on, we all rely on. I mean, we literally have 10 cans of those in our toolbox all day, every day.
Ние сме онлайн машини БГ. Вече може да ни посетите и в нашия шоурум в София с над 1000 топ артикула налични на място. Получете професионална консултация и изберете подходящият продукт за вас. Онлайн машини БГ. Всяка една машина.
We use WD-40 multi-use products.
I mean, just like you guys do at home, literally on everything. From door hinges at your house to your suspension points, all the suspension, uniballs, bushings. It's a product that we depend on, we all rely on. I mean, we literally have 10 cans of those in our toolbox all day, every day.
Ние сме онлайн машини БГ. Вече може да ни посетите и в нашия шоурум в София с над 1000 топ артикула налични на място. Получете професионална консултация и изберете подходящият продукт за вас. Онлайн машини БГ. Всяка една машина.
We use WD-40 multi-use products.
I mean, just like you guys do at home, literally on everything. From door hinges at your house to your suspension points, all the suspension, uniballs, bushings. It's a product that we depend on, we all rely on. I mean, we literally have 10 cans of those in our toolbox all day, every day.
Ние сме онлайн машини БГ. Вече може да ни посетите и в нашия шоурум в София с над 1000 топ артикула налични на място. Получете професионална консултация и изберете подходящият продукт за вас. Онлайн машини БГ. Всяка една машина.
We use WD-40 multi-use products.
I mean, just like you guys do at home, literally on everything. From door hinges at your house to your suspension points, all the suspension, uniballs, bushings. It's a product that we depend on, we all rely on. I mean, we literally have 10 cans of those in our toolbox all day, every day.
Господа, ние започваме, колите вече малко по малко започват да вземат местата си, така че заповядайте и вие, настанявайте се, за да не пропуснете това шоу. Давайте. Колежки, по-бързо, че за малко да не стане фал. Че ще почнем да играем в боулинг. Ето имаме най-активните, които махат. Здрасти, как сте? Това са моите хора. Как е настроението? Гонко Фест, дайте малко ръчички нагоре. Дайте да видим как е атмосферата! Така, виждам ръце нагоре. Браво! Всички са подготвени. Всички са готови да направим това шоу заедно. От ваша страна аплодисменти, от тяхна страна много изгорели гуми. Да стане купон, да стане незабравимо шоу. Гонко Фест, Балкан Дрифт Кап. Това ще е феноменално. Така че очакваме ги всеки момент. Аз междувременно ще дам думата на нашите коментатори, така че малко по-професионално да се изкажат, отколкото разбира се аз. Аз съм аматьор в тия неща, ама все ще се науча и ще почва да го коментирам и аз. Така че оставам ви в ръцете на професионалисти. До скоро!
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back and we are getting ready to go for the top 16 here at Gonco Fest. And my name is Mike Leeson. I am joined in the commentary Volvo here with my good friend Eddie Power. And we are very excited for this top 16 bracket. It's going to be an evening.
There we are, Mike, on the screen.
Yeah, we're on the screen. That's brilliant.
Looking pretty well, if I do say so myself.
We kind of look professional. That's funny.
Yeah,
we're actually not very professional.
They've done very good work there to make us look like we're professional.
But yeah, no, Eddie, we are ready to start the top 16. The cars are heading to the grid, and you have the battle sheet there in front of you. Who is in our first battle? It is.
Yeah, well, it's going to be Angel Karanyatov to take on Artur Havrilenko. So Artur Havrilenko, after coming through that one more time battle with Borislav Terziski, he's going to be taking on Angel, who was our first place qualifier yesterday, Mike. He scored a 92.5, but he got a bye run into the top 16, so it will be his first battle, competitive battle of the weekend.
Where Artur already has one battle under his belt, so you know he can feel out this track, knows what it's like for competition.
Yeah, and it was one more time as well, Mike. So he's actually had a little bit of more track time there than Angle. So I wonder, will that maybe Will that factor into what way this battle goes? But of course, the other side of it is less stress and strain on that vehicle.
So
and we've seen a lot of competitors bow out due to issues with their cars already in the top 32. So
this circuit, this layout is definitely unforgiving. It's a risk reward. If it works out for them, it's brilliant, and if it goes wrong, it goes wrong. So hopefully we don't have anyone in that wall just after the second clipping point there. But we see Angle now in the burnout box in his beautiful E46 BMW. Street car vibes. Looks absolutely amazing now, in my opinion. I think less is more. That's the way I like it with drift cars. Sometimes they just look really, really cool when they look plain. But yeah, Angle 500 brake horsepower in that E46. So let's see how he gets on. You see the all-important setting up the cameras to get the clips before they leave the line. We're just getting all our information ready here. We've the battle bracket going. Yeah, I'm just excited, Eddie. I just want to see some good driving.
Welcome to Bulgaria and Gonco Fest. So our first run of our top 16 battle will be Angel Karanyotov to lead in Artur Havrilenko. Mike, I think we are doing an awesome job pronouncing these names. I think we've done really well. We've been thrown in the deep end with these Balkan names, and I think we're coming out top trumps here.
I think you're doing a great job, and I'm just repeating what you're saying. So yeah,
well,
teamwork makes the dream work.
That's exactly it. Look, it takes two to tango, Mike. So I think it's been a fun weekend so far. Commentating with somebody is a new venture for you, not something that you're overly familiar with. So are you enjoying the process of having someone to latch onto?
So I kind of go a bit insane normally talking to myself, but we're going to leave it here and watch this. We see Angle leading, Arthur E46, GT86, two unbelievable looking cars. So throwing it down through the bumps, back to the start line, and now we're back on the track head. You see Angle now dropping maybe one wheel there, small bit wide, but look at Arthur, he's right there with him, knocking on the door as they're pushing into the outer zone, doing a great job. Seeing them zones perfect now as they're repainted on the brake, and Arthur just getting caught up a little bit just before the transition. Maybe he was a small bit too greedy, going for extra proximity there, Eddie. He should have just backed off a small bit and then made his dive. But
one of the questions that we really hadn't had answered at this stage of the competition or this stage of the weekend, Mike, was whether or not these guys could chase as well as they could lead. And we haven't seen much of Artur Havrilenko with car issues, but he really was going for it, very aggressive through the whole run. Look at this on the replay, right up on the door of that E46, but does start to just, I don't know, did he grip up there as he come into that long section, and then here's where it goes wrong, just making that transition back for the inside zone and gets caught out. That's going to be a big mistake and one that the judges will be looking at. But we have seen decisions go against the lead driver on that section of the track, Mike, so it'll be interesting just to see what way the judges deem that or score it. So we go back to the start line now and switch them around, and it will be an opportunity for Artur Havrilenko to try and continue. Mike, I don't think he'd have been expecting to get this far in competition with the problems he was having with the car yesterday, but everything seems to be working right. Still just doesn't have the consistency that we've seen with other drivers, but he's making it work and he's getting his way through the competition. So can he take down our highest qualifier from yesterday?
Here's the question we all want to know: can Angle chase? I have wondered this since yesterday, and we're about to find out as they come down now. Arthur throwing it in, huge angle into that first clip, but Angle is right there with him. How did not make contact on that transition? He's pushing right up on his door. Eddie Power, look at this. This is exactly what me and you came to Bulgaria to see. Door-on-door action from both guys. We see Angle doing a great job in the chase, just backing off. Let's Arthur do the transition. Timed it near perfectly. That is what we came to see.
Yeah, the crowd enjoyed that one. And you know what? The question answered there as to how well Angle Karanyotov can chase. Very clever. When we look back on the replay, watch how he exits outer zone 4. Comes out of there nice and early. Just to allow space for the lead car to transition. So into that zone here now, right on the door, then backs off, leaves the zone, here, makes the transition nice and early. He's noticed other drivers getting caught up. Now, look, boom, straight onto the door, into that inside zone, and stays there right until... Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Looked as though that line was going to lead him off the circuit, but manages just to throw the angle into it and get himself across the line.
Oh, he threw the angle into it, all right. It's his name.
So yeah, I know, Mike. I know, I know what you're up to. The games you're playing. So here we go. Judges' decision, filtering through. Who will be moving on to our top 8? It will be unanimous, and Angel Karanyotov, our highest qualifier, moves on. Unfortunately for Arthur Havrilenko, that's going to be the end of his weekend. But I think he's going to be happy enough as we move it on to our next battle, which will see Svetoslav Dekov in the E92 leading in Luka Popovic. in the E36.
So yeah, let's see what happens here.
8th and 9th place qualifiers, Mike. So both of these drivers qualifying inside the top 10. So I expect to see this one going very close. But I think it's going to be a question of who can master that chase line. We've seen what can happen through that first section. But Svetoslav, you've noted on a number of occasions, Mike, just how well he seems to handle that first section better than any other driver on the grid that we've watched so far.
He's the one doing it the most consistent. Every run, lap for lap, he's doing a phenomenal job here. But we will not rule out Luca. He is killing it in that E36. So as they leave the line, E92, 2JZ, E36, BMW engine. Nice initiation there for both guys. Luca getting it all wrong though. Not near Dekoff, nearly on the opposite side of the track. Dekoff doing a nice lead run though, pushing through the big long sweeping right-hander head. But Luca now, he's starting to cut the track a small bit, trying to get up on his door, trying to catch him. He's playing catch up here. He needs to be close. He knows what the judges want to see. You see Dekoff doing a huge snappy transition so fast. That E92 is an unbelievable looking car, and it drives well too.
Yeah, been driven very well by Svetoslav Dekoff, who just looks super comfortable out on that track. Look at the amount of angle that he's able to produce and just hold and just gets on that throttle and just makes that car sing. Just grips up so nicely, pulls. Really nice lead line there. You know, I'd say there was a little bit more left in the tank there for Svetoslav, but that huge mistake. You know, at the start of the scoring zone there for Luka Popovic, I think is going to be the difference maker, unless there's a big mistake in the chase position now from Svetoslav in that
Anything
E92.
can happen. Anything can happen, Ed.
Yeah, anything can and does happen in drifting. And of course, when we the longer we go into these events, into these rounds, it's the cars just start to get tired. So do the drivers and the minds. It's it really does take its toll. A lot of concentration, a lot of energy needed. As we get the thumbs up from our start line marshal, we are ready for the second half of this one. Luka Popovic to lead out Svetoslav Dekoff. What can Dekoff do? You can see Dekoff again taking a unique approach in that chase position to that first section as he dives onto the door of the E36, who's on a shallower line. Luka Popovic.
Dekoff here doing a great job in the chase. Luca just washing a small bit wide towards the end of that zone, but Dekoff looks like he's going to get caught. Eddie, will he make that transition? The camera drops and we don't know what happened, but he's right there with him up on the door and pushing it over the line.
Yeah,
that's unbelievable.
Looked pretty good from where I was watching, Mike, and just had a quick glance out the window and a really steady, composed chase run here. You can just see how quick that car just slides onto angle, and he's just able to keep it there and maintain that angle throughout, maintain the proximity, really starts to put the pressure on the lead driver. And I'm not sure if there's going to be too many surprises over the course of these two runs.
Right, Eddie, we just got some food delivered to the tower there, so it's going to be a nice evening for me and you. We're tucked away watching the drifting here. Unbelievable. But yeah, we're going to head back to the line now, getting ready for our next battle. And in the next battle is...
Yeah, it's going to be Pavel Penev, I believe, our four-place qualifier to take on Dobromir Lukanov.
Yeah, Pene is just doing a great job all weekend. Me and you were drawn to this car. It's very...
Yeah,
it's easy on the eyes, and the driving style works as well.
It really is a standout car when you're walking through the pits. It's but it's such a great driver car combination. And here we go, Penev to lead in Dobromir, and Penev doing exactly what he's done all weekend, just getting straight onto that qualifying line. Look at the speed that they're carrying, Mike, through the circuit as they. The camera doesn't really pick it up, but when we look out the side window of the Jeep here, it just looks so impressive. But what a chase run here from Dobromir, who's just tucked into that into the pocket as they come in through that inside zone. Take it over the line. First run in the books there for these two guys, and both of them eager to get a spot in the Grade 8.
Yeah, Dobromir doing a good job in the chase, but as we always say, you cannot have a good chase without a good lead, and Penev giving them that lead all the way around the circuit. Look at that, Dobromir doing a good job there. Not to be like, he's not on maximum angle there, but he is so fast and he is right with him, tucking up beside the E36 there. It's a very, very good run. It's going to be interesting to see what happens now when we swap him around. Penev is going to have to do a lot, and Dobromir is going to have to put in a solid lead run if he wants to try and advance to the Grade 8 later on this afternoon, Ed. Dobromir Which way is it going to go? I'm excited.
Well, still the second half of this one to go, so we switch them back around, and Dobromir now in the lead position. Look, I think he kept himself in it there, Mike. You know, it was a strong lead run from Pavel Penev, and Dobromir not making a whole lot of mistakes. Maybe could have been a little bit more, could have had a bit more proximity throughout the run at times, but he's up and gone here off the line very fast in that E46, but the line is terrible through the first section. Misses that outer zone up completely. Now Penev is having to cut the track a little bit to try and gain some proximity, get back on the door of that E46, and he's doing so as both drivers look to flirt with the edge of the track there, and maybe a dropped wheel from Dobromir Lukanov as he makes his way back into that inside zone, and across the line they go, Mike. A messy affair, and I think maybe over the course of the two runs it looks as though Penev may have had that extra little bit of something special.
Yeah, Dobromir just getting it all wrong there, missing that first clip. And from this point, he's just trying to salvage the rest of the run. Penev doing a good job, though, in the chase. Trying to get up on top of that BMW. You know, he's close, but he's not too close. We definitely have seen some better driving out of both guys this weekend here at Gonco Fest. So let's see what way our judges are going to look at this one as they nearly make contact coming over the finish line. That's a scrappy second half compared to the first, but there you have it. Pavel Penev gets the win. He advances on. Unfortunately, Dobromir will bow out here in the top 16. We want to head back to the line for Eddie. Probably one of your favourite car on the grid, in my opinion. I think that you just keep talking about this Mercedes SL.
Well, to be fair, Mike, I think you do as well. But yeah, it has been. It's nice to see something different, isn't it? I think we all get a little bit tired of seeing the same chassis over and over again in drifting. And look, I mean, certain chassis work, and that's great, and the availability of them. But yeah, Petro Radichev, this car absolutely crazy. Ivan Boshkov, we don't see a whole lot of E30s in Ireland either, so why not?
They're too expensive to be turned into drift cars.
Absolutely, yeah. So, but they absolutely love them out here, and it's all intercooler up front there. You don't really see a whole lot more of it, but I think Petro Radichev, he's looked really confident, and I think he's going to be the man to try and take down here.
How did he not make contact? Ivan in the chase there, throwing him big angle behind, using all the lock in that E30 to slow down and not mark the side of the Mercedes in front of him, as we see a huge snappy transition at the end, right up on his door. Eddie Power, this is exactly what we expected from Gonco Fest Top 16.
Yeah, things really starting to heat up now, Mike, as the drivers just, I think it's starting to get into their mind that this is, it's the business end of the competition. They need to be at their best. The standard is starting to, get better and better with every run that we see. And drivers really starting to push it, but they've had so much time on this track that they know when and where they can make those attacks, and when they need to kind of just hold back and be patient. But we're starting to see some errors just creep into the driving as well, as the nerves start to play a factor. A lot of prize money up for grabs here at this event as well. Certainly no expense spared at this event as we switch them around now, and it will be an opportunity for Ivan Boshkov now to have a little bit of clean air.
This is the first time we've seen the Mercedes chase, correct?
Correct. No. Yes, it is.
It is. Yeah, he had a bye run. Yes. So that's what I was like. I don't remember seeing this chase. So this car obviously works 100%. He's on qualifying. Now what happens in the chase?
Yeah, well, it's a good point, Mike. It's a good question to ask here because but I have no doubt that this
it works.
Oh, look,
it works.
There. Look how aggressive that was. How the both of them managed to keep that going as they almost made contact again, and the straighten once again from Ivan Boshkov. That E30 just so unsettled through that first section, and it really is knife edge for these drivers. If they just get it offline in any way, it's going to be carnage. Look at
Eddie Power
onto the rear and contact
everywhere. That dive.
This is explosive, Mike. Really explosive.
My jaw was on the floor there because, if he holds that could be up there one of the greatest things I've ever seen in drifting. That transition at the end from the Mercedes there, doing an unreal job. But yeah, it just went a bit wrong, I think, from Ivan from the start. He obviously knew he had to be fast. He knew the caliber of driver that was behind him. He had to push 100%. Maybe just pushed a little bit too far.
Yeah, well, he never got onto the perfect qualifying line, and this is where we see the contact.
If that would have held, that was cool.
It's an interesting one. It really is.
The smoke coming from the front of that BMW there. It could be just tire smoke. I couldn't. Oh, any panel beaters around.
Yeah, such a nice car, but it's going to take a little bit of work to get that looking pretty again. Both drivers making the inside zone Mike. So going to be interesting what way the judges have deemed, who they're going to deem at fault for this. And yeah, you can see smoke just kind of billowing out from underneath the bonnet of that E30.
But there you go, high
Yeah,
five to
smiles
both
all
drivers,
around.
no matter what. Big respect between them. That's what we like to see. A lot of smoke coming out of that corner now.
Yeah, and just some fluids leaking there as well. So the drivers spotting it themselves, just
That's
having a
his
quick.
power steering pump there.
Yeah.
So that was the contact patch, shall we say? So I wonder, did he burst the line or something maybe and lost power steering? We'll have to wait and see what way the judges look at this one. Not the best battle we have seen from both guys, but look, it is what it is. That's drifting. You got 2 runs to do it, and then it's up to the 3 guys on that cherry picker in the middle of the track. Figure out who wins, who loses.
Yeah, all having just a little bit of conversation there, just with our marshal down there. Nice race boots there from Ivan Boshkov.
You like boots, do you?
Oh, did you see them?
No. Cameraman.
Yeah,
Oh.
will
It's just
it
at the
pan
top.
down? Yeah, you're gonna have to watch back on the replay, Mike, later on this evening. Unless, of course, we get to see a little bit more of them. Yeah, there we go.
There they are. Nice.
Yep,
Nice.
nice Adidas ones. Ankles exposed, so there you go. Hopefully no fires. So we await this score to come in here from the judges, or sorry, the result rather. The scores was yesterday. We want to get scores on the board and find out who's going through. Look at that contact. Yeah, look, I think if there had been anything more in the rear end of that E30, that could have been a more severe impact or severe accident, but it seems as though, look, the duct tape is out and everything is fixed and ready to go again. But they'll have time to get that.
Yeah, they'll have time to get
prepared
the pump
between now and either the next round or the grade 8. So
But yeah, that E30, every lap it does, it loses more and more body panels. It was a full car yesterday, and it's looking a little bit sorry for today, but Ivan is driving it like a man possessed. Like, he's just so much aggression in this style. What was that came off straight away at the start? See that? Something flew up. Oh, it's the headlight off the Mercedes, was it?
yeah,
A headlight blank, should I say?
Yeah.
A fiberglass headlight. So big aggression, no mechanical sympathy from these guys. Really pushing hard. They want to get to the grade 8 here at Gonco Fest.
yeah, not easy for the judges to decide this, and
it's a
as I
tough
said,
one.
Mike, it was both these drivers made the zone, so they both got there in different ways. So the question is, I would imagine that the judges are asking is, was the lead driver on the correct line that we discussed in briefing this morning? And if so, well then, was the chase driver just too aggressive? Or is it the other way around? You know, was the chase driver on the better line? And was it a bad line from the lead driver that caused the mistake?
Yeah. You see our next battle on the line. The guys are reversing off. Definitely going to rewarm the tyres, because the judges are still deliberating on this one.
Yeah, I think this is the longest they've spent on any decision. But it certainly is a tough
call.
one.
It's a tough
And, you
call.
know, without the benefit of having, you know, multiple camera angles to get a replay on it, you know, quite difficult to try and decide. And they certainly don't want to... they don't want to send the wrong driver home. Guys, give them a round of applause. They'll be able to hear you down there at the finish line. Both drivers nervously anticipating or waiting for that result to filter through. Two incredibly different machines.
That's what I love about drifting, though. There's just so many different ways of doing it.
Yep.
Style and cars and chassis
100%.
and what you prefer and I prefer can be two different things, but there's the same result. Put on the show for all the fans.
It looks
in
as though we
attendance.
have a result, though, Mike, and it looks as though it is going in the direction of Petcho Radichev getting the call from the judges, and he will move on to the top 8, and that finished out the first side of our top 16 bracket as we move it over to our second place qualifier yesterday, who also had a bye run, the man who completed a practice lap this morning with the bonnet up on the windscreen. It is Gediminas Levikas in the lead position. He'll be taking on Nedko Buyukliev.
Gediminas definitely one who has impressed us this weekend, and then the bonnet on the window full lap this morning, that was the icing on the cake for me. Phenomenal driving. We were even talking about, I was like, what are we doing looking out the vent? He was like, no, I'm drifting, look out my side window, not my front window. And I was like, that makes so
That's
much
a
sense.
very good point.
Yeah.
Yes.
I felt stupid in that moment.
So here we go. Well, look, Mike, at least you were able to be honest about it. So here we go. Gediminas with that 91.5 score in qualifying yesterday. Absolutely lights up those tyres, and he pulls a huge gap here on Nedko Buyukliev.
Eddie, look
This
at
is
the
a huge
speed of
advantage here.
Gediminas.
So fast through the circuit, and no answer from Nedko so far. And he's going to really be up against it in the second half of this one. But our second place qualifier, Gediminas, really looking comfortable out there, Mike. And maybe that extra little bit of time without a battle earlier on, just getting to relax, no real pressure. He knew he was in the show in the top 16,
Yeah.
and looking confident. for me, the man to beat at the moment.
Yeah, he is super fast. That's one of the fastest laps of this circuit I have seen. Unfortunately, Nedco was just nearly a spectator in that run. He was just following him around, watching what he's doing, not able to close the gap. So not what we want to see here. So let's see what happens when we swap them around now and we put the faster car in the chase position. Can he deal with it? Or will he be too aggressive and maybe see another upset here in the top 16, Ed?
Yeah, second half of this one, we switched them around. Nedco, he doesn't look like he has the pace, Mike. So I think he's that.
Which is funny because he looked fast yesterday.
He did, yeah.
By himself on the
I'm
track.
not entirely sure what changed. Maybe he just caught napping, perhaps. Wasn't expecting Gediminas to be as quick. Here we go, second half of this one, and it's not the lead line that Nedco was looking for, as Gediminas now looks to close a gap and draw him in and just get onto that door. Sits in the pocket. The spotter will have been in the ear, Mike, as he drops the wheel there, just letting him know that there wasn't the greatest chase run from Nedco, so he doesn't have to go super aggressive here, but now he starts to formulate his attack and get on the door through the final sections and let the judges know that he was there through the run and had the measure of Bukliev.
Definitely a very calculated chase run, I would call that, from Gediminas. He's doing a great job there. She said that he'd not been too aggressive. He played it safe to an extent, but then at the end he went, right, this is my time to shine. I'm going to show everyone what I can do. Watch this from the transition. Puts it right up on his door, but yeah, Nedco dropping one and a half wheels there maybe as well, just before the outer zone, so little things like that will come into effect. But look at the proximity there as they come over the finish line. Absolutely brilliant job there from Gediminas.
So just a reminder, you can check out the live bracket on the Drift Kings website. So judges' decision is official, and it is Gediminas Levikas going into the grade 8. No surprises there with the level of driving that he has produced. We move on to our next battle, which will see our only female driver taking on one of the biggest names in the sport. It will be the higher qualifier, Sandra Janaskica, to take on Kristaps Blues in that E92 HGK E92. Incredible machine, absolutely special, the vehicles that are coming out of that factory, I want to call it, but that garage, or that I don't even call it garage. Here we go, Sandra to lead in. Really impressed with the driving here this weekend. Sandra,
absolute brilliant job. But Kristaps Blues is right there with him, or with her, should I say, getting up close and personal as they come in through the long sweeping right-hander. Look at Kristaps Blues right there, but Sandra's lead run is near perfect. Kristaps Blues now putting the Eurofighter right up on her door as they come over the finish line. That initiation from Sandra, Ed, that was brilliant.
Yeah, Sandra not looking out of place whatsoever against one of the best in the business. And you got to remember, guys, we're talking about a driver who has multiple podiums in Formula Drift in America, Kristaps Blues, and Sandra. I mean, this is really impressive, and I think she's up for this, Mike. I think she's seen that Kristaps hasn't been at his best here this weekend. She spotted an opportunity to take down one of the greats. What an achievement this would be as she gets herself across the line. Her goal would have been lay down the perfect lead run. That's exactly what she's done. She gave Kristaps the opportunity to put in a really strong chase.
Yep.
Now she needs to go out there and replicate what Kristaps did in the lead position. Or what Kristaps did in the chase, and hope for an equally good lead line from Kristaps. But I'm excited to see her try and get up on the door of this E92 Eurofighter and try and force some pressure from the chase position.
Interesting fact, Eddie, just looking at the notes here. So Kristaps Blues 900 brake horsepower. Now, unless you typed the notes wrong or Sandra's lying, but apparently Sandra has 1,000.
That's in her other car, Mike.
That's the sorry.
That's in her other car, so that's in the spare car. So not exactly sure the power in this E36, but look at this, they're off the line, and interestingly, Mike, straight out the gate, and Kristaps Blues not on the perfect line, completely missed outer side zone 1, unfortunately though for Sandra, she's way off the mark inside of the track there completely. Not sure if she got caught napping or what's going on, but it's a calamity of errors really from both drivers. Not what we would expect in the top 16 in a competition up this level.
Yeah, just not happening. Not exactly what we wanted to see. I think Sandra got caught out. Kristoff with a bad initiation ends up a bit on the inside of the track, and then Sandra is just trying to play catch up. She ends up too shallow on the inside, maybe dial on too much angle on that first transition into the bottom corner. But Kristoff Blues, not the cleanest pass to the circuit we've seen him do this weekend. It's going to be an interesting one for the judges because, Sandra gave Kristoff a very, very good lead which allowed him to do a good chase. But there you have it. Judges' scores are in. Christoph Blues gets the win. Unfortunately for Sandra, that's the end of her weekend. Hopefully we'll see her back at Gonco Fest again. Right, Eddie, this is your boy, is it? Nicola.
Yeah, Nicola Popov, third place qualifier from yesterday, taking on Jordan Andreev in that 200 SX. 14th place in qualifying for Jordan. So if you're to follow those numbers, you'd assume that Nicola would be your favourite here. But we have had, as we said, Mike, a lot of people telling us about this young guy, and he really has been impressive to watch. Very cool, calm, and collected in the driver's seat of that E36.
Yeah, he's meant to be an unbelievable chase driver. We're going to have to wait and see first, because he is in the lead here now. And Jordan,
very quick through that first section. Like Jordan, without an answer here, he's going to have to try and find something. Especially there's a huge gap opens up, but Jordan coming for it. Can he? No, it looks like he's going to drop a wheel. Gets lost in the smoke a little bit. Now dips into the inside of the track as he gets caught in that chase position. Just doesn't have an answer. Straightens up, and it's a calamity of errors here for Jordan, unfortunately. And
Nicola, though, is so fast.
Yeah, so quick. Mike really has that E36 absolutely hooked up, dialed in, and looks so confident. Really gelled well with the track right from the start of practice here this weekend. And, a strong qualifying has given him what we kind of say is what should be an easier route towards the podiums by coming up against lower ranked or lower scoring drivers that just haven't managed to perform. But as you see on the replay, a big straighten outside, coming out of outside zone 4 into the inner zone at 0.5. 5 outside zones on this circuit, that one inside zone just as they come towards the end of the run, as we go back to the start line where we'll have switched them around. But Jordan Andreev is going to need a big mistake here from Nicola Popov, and we haven't seen too many of those, Mike.
Yeah, and we're all hearing about Nicola's chase driving. Well, I'm sure his father or spotter or whoever's there with him is in his ear going, relax, he's the big straighten, you don't have to do this. But I know lads like that, they just can't turn it off, Eddie. They're here to put on a show for everyone in attendance, for everyone watching around the world. So I'm expecting something big on this chase run.
Well,
hopefully
good chase drivers don't become good chase drivers by holding back, Mike. They become good chase drivers by driving hard, chasing hard, door hunting, and I think that's what we're going to see here, And look, we've seen some strong driving from Jordan Andreev as well throughout the weekend, Mike. So you don't want to sit back and open the door to let him back into the run.
He probably knows as well. He's like, right, I'm after making a mistake, and I've got Nicola behind me. So he's like, I have to do this. Like, this is it now. I have to push, give it all or nothing on this lead run, and it's just going to be interesting to see what way it goes. You see, our starting marshal's just saying 1 minute. Oh no, ready, tell him to go. So yeah. Jordan to lead, Nicola to chase, make a way. Now look at the proximity from the start, Eddie. Nicola's right there with him. Jordan doing a nice job there, hopping through the bumps. But the E36 is just matching angle, carrying the pace into the long right-hander, right up on his door, nearly touching him as they come through that zone. And a good job here now, entering in towards the end of the outer zone, getting ready for the transition back through the centre. Huge dive from Nikolai in the chase. Jordan doing a good job in the lead here. That's a very good lead run.
Yeah, it was an impressive lead run from Jordan Andreev, but Nicola Popov, very sensible chase run. He had the proximity. Didn't chance anything. You can see just using the angle and using the lock in that car just to slow it down, just not make any big mistakes, then just get on the power, tuck up onto the door and just creep himself back into it, and just it's steady proximity. He's not on full attack mode. And again, you can see here, a really nice transition as they come out of that outer zone into the inside, touch and go, and make their way towards the start line. I think plenty more in the tank there from Nicola Popov, and we'll start to see that as he makes his way through the competition. So we need to make it official from the judges, and just as expected, Mike, Igor, and Arnas all going in favour of Nicola Popov. Moves on to the grade 8.
Okay, who's next? Next up, we have. So I'm going down the battle bracket here on the Drift Kings website that we found through the burger menu, Eddie. And I know what a burger menu is.
You know what a burger. Well, it's going to be Super Camel to take on Tudor Kjortan in the final of our top 16 battles. Mike, one more space available in the top 8, and one of these two drivers is going to take that spot. So will Super Camel have his cape on, or will it be Tudor Kjortan, the son of Caelan Kjortan, to take that final spot?
Yeah, so Super Camel, he got the buy run, the unofficial buy run.
And then Tudor Kjortan took down Alicina. It will be Kjortan as the higher qualifier to lead them in here. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. A lot of people saying that Alasina was worthy of a shout of maybe even one more time or potentially taking the win against Tudor Kyortan, but the judges going with Tudor in that one.
Yes.
Tudor or three-door?
Two-door into two-door. So let's see what Super Camel can do in the chase. It's Tudor in the lead. We wait for our Saturday Marshal to give the signal, get this last battle in the top 16 underway. One more spot. Who's going to do it? Can Turan do it again, or will Super Camel's luck continue? Look out the window there to make sure that there's nothing happening that I'm missing. But here we go.
Yeah, they're just taking a little bit of time there, but yeah, here we go. Kaelan Kyortan, or sorry, Tudor Kyortan. I apologise to lead in Super Camel as Camel goes very hard and makes contact through that first section and goes off circuit, Mike. And yeah, it's so difficult to tell exactly what's going on there with just the amount of bumps that they go through. It really just in the moment you kind of need the benefit of the replay just to watch back and see exactly, was there something from the lead driver that perhaps caused a mistake from the chase driver, or was it just the chase driver going too aggressive and maybe getting caught out by those bumps and hollows?
I do think it might have been just a little bit too aggressive. As we see here, he was really close and maybe just not having the room to scrub off the speed on that transition as he entered into the bump section here at clip 1. Turan though gets contact, just keeps going, pretends like everything's fine. That never happened, Eddie. That never happened.
Yeah, and it wasn't the perfect lead line, but I think he's in the zone enough for the judges to maybe say, the chase car should be able to predict that.
Yeah, he should have just backed off a bit. And we all know at this point now there's bumps there at clip 1, so you have to be expecting the car to hop in that scenario. Maybe just Camel not given the room to get up close and personal.
I think for Camel though, who qualified down in 27th position, he would have known himself that he really needed to
push.
So they're interested. They're not gone back to the start line here, Mike, so I'm just wondering, is there an issue with the car?
Camel did take a big shunt there right on that front wheel, so it could be a bent arm or something like that.
Yeah, and that front driver's side wheel not pointing straight. Now that might mean nothing, he just might have the wheels.
There is this round thing in the car that you can turn the wheels.
Exactly, so it could be telling, it might be telling us absolutely nothing, but just spotted it, so who knows. The fact that they're back where they are and not in the start line, just suggesting that perhaps something is going on. And you can see the Turkish driver with his arm on the window.
That wheel is bent head, looking from this camera angle here.
Exactly, so you can mock me, Mike, but
I'm mocking you, my friend. Just keep me on your toes.
Yeah, look at the damage on that wheel. Wow.
But hey, wait, no, never mind. I was going to say it's still up and it's still holding air. No, it's not.
I don't think that's holding air, Mike. I think that has holes with no air.
There is a huge hole in that tyre.
Look, it's only flat at the bottom, so there we go, getting the judge's decision. It's the two hands waving in the kind of a no, that's it.
Judges looking at the replay here, so are we. Bang. Nearly wheel on wheel contact, wasn't it? Front to back wheel. So Tudor doing well not to get loads of damage in that one.
Well, we did say, Mike, at the start of this event that first section was going to cause a lot of problems and could be the decider of a lot of battles, and it looks as though it has claimed another victim here, and unfortunately
I thought it would have happened a lot sooner. That was the first thing, my thing. I thought all crashes won't be like that happening there, but the guy's doing a great job. So as we see, we are leave the line. So yeah, Super Camel is going to bow out, and that will secure the last spot in the top 16. Turan doing a good job here, just feeling out the car, making sure his car is still create any damage from that impact on the initiation of the first half of this battle. But yeah, the car is definitely working. This is a good lap so far as he makes his way through the centre section. Huge angle, big clutch kick to get it going. Lights up them rear tyres and brings it over the finish line, Ed.
Yeah, I think any contact that Tudor would have received, it was kind of, he still had a forward motion, so it would have, even though it might look severe, wouldn't have maybe had a whole lot of impact on the vehicle. So he's happy enough. He'll go back into the pits, check that car over. He's got a good team there. His father's in the pits with him this weekend. They've had work to do to keep that car going, but they've been more than up to the challenge. So a driver I think to keep an eye on as we just make it official from the judges. All three judges unanimous, moving Tudor Kyortan into our Grade 8. 8 drivers remaining, Mike, and we are getting to the business end of the competition here at Gonco Fest 2026.
So what's our Grade 8 look like?
Well, it's going to be our highest qualifier, Angel Karanyotov, to take on Svetoslav Dekov in the first battle. Then it'll be Pavel Penev in that E36 that we absolutely love to take on Petro Radichev in the R230 SL Mercedes that we love. That's on one side of the bracket. They'll be fighting it out for a spot in the final four. Then it'll be second place qualifier Gediminas Levikas to take on Kristaps Blues, who has kind of stumbled his way into the Grade 8, but he's kind of like a wounded gazelle. You know, he's you can just expect him just to pop up at any stage. And then it'll be finally Nikola Popov, the third place qualifier, to take on Tudor Kyortan in our final.
That's going to be a good battle.
It's going to be an interesting
I'm
battle.
calling that now. That's going to
two
be a
young
good battle.
guns, two rising stars, Mike.
Yep.
And as I said, you can follow the live bracket on the Drift Kings website. Just choose that burger menu in the top left hand corner of the page, scroll down to where it says score, and you'll be able to watch that bracket populate live as it happens. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us. It's been an incredible weekend. We are coming down to the final few battles of this, the first ever Gonco Fest, the biggest automotive festival in the Balkan region. And Mike, it's been absolutely amazing to come to this side of the world, a country that I've never been to before. Some amazing people here, really passionate about drift fans.
Yep.
And
BMWs.
And BMWs, yes,
BMWs.
yeah, very passionate about
Very
the
passionate about
BMWs.
BMWs.
You know, we've been embarrassed a few times when we've asked people, "Oh, what car do you drive?" And they're like, "What do you mean? What car do we drive?" We drive BMW, of course. Everybody here
Everyone
drives
has BMW.
Yeah. I don't know why I'm trying to put on the accent, so apologies if I have offended anybody. So
I didn't even realise that.
yeah, maybe I called myself out.
But
on that.
no, as you said, Ed, we've definitely, it's a new country, it's a new championship, it's new drivers for both of us, and I think we've made some friends for life here. Like everywhere else we go, it's just a drift community. It doesn't matter where in the world, it's the same style of person.
It's actually a shame, Mike, that we're only showing what's happening on track here on the screen, because so much is going on. There's a huge budget for this festival. So much is going on in the background, and
it's a credit to the organisers what has actually pulled off here. Like
it really is.
It really
yeah.
is. It's an unbelievable event.
It's been absolutely crazy, and it's an event that would, stand up anywhere in the world, as good as any event that I've ever been to. That is for sure. And
this is definitely on par with like a Drift Masters or a Formula Drift Power event. We've both been to them. Like
absolutely,
it's
yeah.
Just the off-track entertainment is nearly as good as the on-track entertainment, and that's the most important thing,
Yeah, and it's kind of been it's been the first of what they hope to be. The first of what they want this event to be an annual thing here in Bulgaria, and I'm certainly think that it's been a huge success.
Yep.
So don't be surprised to see more and more of this going into the future.
It's the sort of thing, if they don't bring us back on the microphone, Ed, I'd still come back to this festival myself.
Absolutely, yeah,
it's been so
100%,
much fun.
and maybe get an opportunity to explore the city a lot more. But I think what's great about it, Mike, is that even with the live stream, people that may not that would be like us into drifting, but maybe not familiar with a lot of the drivers from this side of the world, getting an opportunity to see drivers that we wouldn't normally get to see.
Yep.
And I for sure have. We also like. We keep referring to Nikola Popov, but great to see that a driver of that calibre interested in coming to test his skills against the best that Ireland has to offer, and we'll be keeping a close eye on him. And it'd be nice to have him coming over and that we actually know what he's all about, because if I hadn't have been at this festival, he'd have arrived in Ireland and
we would have been like
some question marks over it. So definitely great to see that.
But also as well, like the amount of drivers that we're after seeing that you're like, you won't forget. Do you know what I mean? There's just so much. So we're watching some replays here. This is the crash, isn't it? Yep. Sorry for everyone in attendance. You don't have a screen, so you're not watching the replay. But all of us at home, and me and Eddie in the car here, are watching the replay. But yeah, no, it's such a good event, meeting new people, new drivers, and I do think, I said it yesterday, I think this is like a hidden gem of the drift scene, or the drift world, that maybe it's uncharted territories for some people, but there's names here you won't forget. We see.
Yeah, and I think a lot of drivers that perhaps you might see getting wildcard entries into Drift Masters. It's amazing what a little bit of live stream exposure can do for drivers, because people will sit and watch these events and they go, "Oh, I like that guy's style." Perhaps when it comes to deciding, who gets a wildcard entry, they'll have, this footage to see what the driver is actually capable of, rather than just reading the results off a piece of paper, because sometimes those paper applications maybe just don't tell the full story of the driver and package that comes with the driver in terms of the vehicle and the teams and everything like that. And we were certainly impressed walking through the pits over the course of the last 2 days, seeing the level of the builds underneath the bonnets of these cars.
Yeah.
And sometimes when you're just watching it on screen, you don't really get to see the level of vehicle. Like certainly Angel Karanyotov, that car looks like a very modest BMW.
But when you get up close, you're like, no.
The level of the attention to detail in the build there is really incredible. So certainly worth, if you get an opportunity to go down into the pits or see these guys at a future event, getting a look around these cars. So
definitely, yeah. And if there's any drivers here, follow them, get on their social medias. They're trying to big up this side of the world and big up this championship. Everyone's telling us it's the first event here in Bulgaria in 2 years, and you know what? I don't think it will be the last one. These guys have put on a phenomenal job between staff, organisers, track team, media, Gonco Fest itself. It's just so cool to be involved. Me and Eddie are honoured that we got the call to come out here and sit in the beautiful Volvo on the mics to get through this. As we see shots there of the packed grandstand. So much passion in the fans here as well. Like, you can really see them getting into this, and that's something I love. I am a very passionate drift fan. I get very excited with good driving. The funny thing is, people think I do this for a microphone, but if I was standing behind the fence, I would be shouting equally as much as I am right here, because
I can vouch for that.
You can vouch
for that.
Good driving gets me going, Edward.
It does.
It does.
Yeah. I'm just giving out to Mike here for calling me.
He hates when I call him that.
Yeah.
Кои сте вие 30 секунди? Защо да дойдем и как така ще си разтопим лагерите в гората и колко ще ни е готино, ако ни возите?
Хилвю предлагаме офроуд турови в гората, нещо, което е доста забавно, доста интересно за всички. Елате да се поискаляте при нас.
Давате ни каски, екипи, обучение, минаваме, няма да се качи и да се оттрепам някъде веднага.
Безопасно е, с вас винаги има инструктор, който познава гората. Да. После с водостройката, окъпваме да, всичко е точно.
Тоест, ако не сте се къпали, просто отидете напред едно труче с момчета, те ще ви скъпат безплатно, нали?
Вземете си чисти дрехи, защото чисти няма да се преберете.
Така, браво, успех на момчетата. Айде нататъка. Намираме се в 6-та палата, където няма да разказвам много, защото е много хладно и приятно, искам да легна да спа. На който му топло може да дойде тук. Някакви пичове цъкат с много готина количка. Тук е Аляно, няма да говоря за него. И други партньори. Много е приятно тук, елате, малко да се починете. И това е също. Стига съм ви досаждал. Пийте по една бира, по едно кафенце и да гледаме дрифта. Айде!
Здравейте всички! Сега сме за трибуната. Се намираме в главната площад на Gonco Fest и сега имаме едни приятели от GG Tuning. Кажи ми, моля набързо, защо сте най-добри и най-яки във вашата сфера?
Може да съдите по нашите доволни клиенти, защото се занимаваме от супер много време с софтуер. Предлагаме най-бруталните гърмежи, най-готиния тунинг, най-шумните генерации. Заповядайте при нас, сами ще се уверите.
Супер, благодаря на тебе много. Виждаме се. Здравейте, тук е Грами и Пуши. И сега нашите партньори от Top Rent Car ще разкажат за 30 секунди какво предлагат и какво имат.
Здравейте, Top Rent Car сме национална компания и компания номер 1 в България за наем на автомобили под наем. Така че всеки от вас може да дойде на нашия щанд и да се възползва и да завърти колелото на късмета и да се спечели много яка награда. Както виждате, и още сега имаме километрична опашка. Предлагаме еднодневен наем на Citroen Ami или еднодневен наем на икономичен и компактен автомобил. Също така, ако се включите в електронната ни игра, може да участвате за двуседмичен наем напълно безплатно на ето този готин Citroen Ami.
Здравейте, ние сме на втория ден на Gonco Fest и сме в зоната на VIP-а. Както виждате, малко по малко хората почват да се събират. Имаме и самолет зад нас, ние сме на чудесния покрив на паркинга. Тук гледката е най-хубавата, защото може да се види целият дрифт отгоре, както се завърта по целия периметър на пистата. След малко още гости ще дойдат. Ще започне към 12 часа, започва нашият финал на Балкан Дрифт Кап, така че след малко ще се разходим. Дайте с вас да видим. Тук имаме един много готин художник, който съответно рисува. Здравейте! Рисувате състезанието или участниците?
Не, вчера бяха участниците. Там е вчерашната. Днеска е нещо съвсем различно. Днеска ще рисуваме Айртон Сена.
Супер! Получава се нещо. Ние може да видим резултата от вчерашния ден. Ето го. Много красиво. Виждате, че подготвили сме VIP зона с доста интересни неща, забавления за гости. Това са специални подаръци за всеки един гост, който идва на VIP зона. Ирина се грижи за тях съответно да ги подарява. Всеки от гост, който ще дойде тук, ще получи специален подарък. Едно незабравимо. Както виждате, VIP зоната е подготвена. Има ни хубави сепаренца, диванчета, удобно. Всяка масичка има си колички, съответно различни. Ретро, суперкарове, така че всеки един гост може да се почувства супер готино. Има и за всеки един от гостите кетеринг. За по-стойките има алкохол. Има кетеринг, който се сменя в рамките на деня. Сутринта това е за леката закуска. По-късно са вече сандвичите. Имаме тук много готини смузита, лимонади, енергийни напитки, който реши. Съответно кафето задължително. Всеки един започва сутринта от кафето. Имаме готини колежки, които се усмихват и посрещат всички наши гости с красиви усмивки. Така че всеки, който ще дойде със сигурност на Gonco Fest, ще се наслади на атмосферата. Имате възможност да го пустите, разбира се, това нещо. Така че вижте, наслаждавайте се, добре дошли на Gonco Fest. Очакваме вас! Те ще бъдат регистрирани. Заповядайте тези, които сте били в бокса, заповядайте тук при нас на пистата. Дами и господа, заповядайте тези, които сте били в бокса, които са закупили билети за трибуни с жълти гривни, заповядайте на пистата тук при нашата Хикс петица. Този черен дявол ще спечели един от вас. Преди малко видяхте на какво е способна тази кола, така че ще имаме още един късметлия, който ще спечели кола. Вчера от четвърти път успяхме да изкараме победителя, така че днеска най-вероятно някой ще има късмет от първи път. Или от втори, па може и от трети, ама божа работа. Да. Окей, почваме ли? Това е колата. Това е колата, която днес ще подарим. За нея много говорехме, обсъждахме я. И общо взето, като гледам, количката си е супер. Не е за всеки, честно казано. Аз така лекичко не ми е съвсем ръчна. Тази ръчна малко по-специфична, не е съвсем обикновена. Но, както знаете, дрифт коли си дрифт коли с определените техни специфики. Гледаме големия талон е тук, така че със сигурност този, който е печели, получава си и големия талон. Фаровете работят, преди малко изпуснахте, но за тези, които са били тук, видяха общо взето на какво е способна тази кола. Преди малко дрифтирахме на тази писта, мога да кажа, направо с колата си заслужава и предполагам, че до година в следващото Gonco Fest може да участва и тя. Така малко за изненада или за разнообразие, така бих казал. Това е единствена по рода си в България дрифт Хикс петица. Всичко е сменено отдолу, изобщо не е от Хикс петица, така че направена е специално за писта, специално за дрифт. Надяваме се до година да я видим на нашето състезание и да покаже класа, както преди малко видяхме как дрифтира тук на пистата днес. Така че заповядайте, събираме всички хора, които бяха от трибуните, за да обявим печелившите. Ще видим сега, ще изтеглим номера, след това ще се обадим на човека, който е съответно регистрирал номера си и ще разберем дали е тук. Ако вдигне телефона, идва тук при нас, показва си билета, веднага му даваме ключове от тази кола и нотариуса регистрира, че това е печеливше. Нали така? Супер. Значи условията са много лесни. Всеки един от вас може да я спечели. Така че сега само почваме. Кръстим пръстите, затискаме юмруци, крака, кой каквото иска. Защото много е хубава. Направо е така, висше муцуната. Класиката. Така. Само като я гледаш, имаш усещане толкова коне вътре, само реве лекичко. Лекичко така, ама да не прекаляваме. Хубава е. Рига Custom, Scarbox, Gonco отстрани. Значи, мога да ви кажа със сигурност, всеки един в страната ще ви разпознава в момента, в който види тая Хикс петица. На всеки един светофар ще има, братле, да, една петичка, печеливша. Добре, колега, дай, виждам, че искат да закачиш тук едно микрофонче. Давай още едно. Аз съм като коледна елха в момента. Микрофони да има. Скъпи гости, които сте били в боксовете, заповядайте на пистата. Сега ще обявяваме победителя. Заповядайте. Защото ще каним номера, който ще излезе, ще му се обадим и трябва да дойде тук да си покаже билета. И веднага връчваме ключове от тази кола. Давайте по-смело, давайте насам. Предполагам, всеки един от вас днеска искаше да попадне на тази писта. Едно е да я гледаш от трибуната, друго да усетиш така асфалта, колко е топъл, да видиш, да пипнеш тази гума, да видиш, че хикспитицата е истинска и наистина може да дрифти. Преди малко въртнахме тук няколко кръгчета. Сергей ни показа на какво е способна. Нали? Сергей, може ли да разкажеш малко повече всъщност каква е основата на тази кола отдолу? Всъщност какво е сменено?
Сменено по принцип всичко. Очакване от HGK, M3 е 92 редукция, скоростна кутия, трехдисков керамический съединител и така и нататък. Там много неща Харис е направил там.
Значи, от Хикс петицата реално остана само външността, нали така?
И двигател с голяма турбо, да.
Значи двигателя и външността, това е само на Хикс петица. Всичко останало отдолу, само Господ знае какво е скрито и Сергей, разбира се. И нашите приятели, които ни осигуриха тази черна перла. Хубава е, наистина. И е за ценители. Както днеска говорихме и коментирахме с всеки един наш всъщност пилот, който разказа, че общо взето дрифт, това е култура, това е живот, но трябва да си имаме уважение към колите и към съответно всички останали, които карат покрай нас. Така че ще видим. Сега дай да видим тази колица отзад. Има си място. Има си място за Хикс петица. Ето. Вижте, карбокс се погрижаха нарочно да е чиста, измита, е така като сядате вътре. Да не е мръсничко, удобничко си е така, окей. Нали? Широка Хикс петица. Има си тук специални голограми. Стикери, показващи, че кастъм си е, не е обикновена Хикс петица. Добре, гледам, малко по малко хората се събират. Давайте по-смело. Всички от боксове насам. След малко ще обявим победителя. Ще видим кой ще е късметлия. Кой ще може да издрифти и да се позабавлява съответно с нас. С Gonco Fest. Значи не знам България дали имало всъщност някое състезание или евент, който е подарява така коли, колкото и ние. Всъщност 2 дена състезания, 2 коли. Вчера печеливши, аз съм сигурен, че той още до днес не може да разбере всъщност какво му се е случило, защото питах го вчера. Казвам, ти осъзнаваш ли какво ти се случи? И той казва, не. Най-вероятно утре или други ден, в момента в който подкарам я колата, ще усетя, че всъщност съм станал късметлия. Имахме един, който не е изпълни условията, не е бил тук, бил е извън фестивала, а условието е, за да спечелите колата, трябва да се регистрирате на сайта, трябва да присъствате тук в момента, обаждам ви се, идвате, показвате билет и вие сте печеливши. Лесно просто. Така че ще видим сега. А между друго гледам, хората почват да идат все повече и повече, което доближава все по-близо момента. След като разиграем съответно колата, ние ще продължим с Drifting, защото Balkan Cup Drift ще продължи с топ 8, за да можем да обявим и победителя съответно. И в последствие ще обявим победителя. Първо, второ и трето място. Те са с доста приятни изненади от нашия спонсор SSG. Ще получат специални, няма да разказвам сега, все пак, подаръци от тях. Кастъмни са, направени специално за състезанието. И нашия спонсор и партньор Клипш подаряват колонки за първо, второ и трето място. Така че тези, които са спечелили, ще спечелят в Balkan Drift Cup. Съответно ще имат много подаръци събрани от нашите партньори. Нашите партньори бяха много щедри. Ще имаме и обявени победители в топ 5 партньори в различни категории, защото в момента ги определят кои ще са те. Малко на по-късен етап, след като обявим победители, ще разберете кои са тези партньори, които са спечели. Подаръци ще има за всички от сърце, както беше в песничката. И ще има подаръци за топ 3 дрифтинг. Тук сега колегата лекичко ми подсказва всъщност. Подсказваме всъщност какво ще имаме. Понеже казах много подаръци, всеки момент добавяме все повече. Не знам вече колко подаръци ще раздаваме. Ама имам усещане, че съм като дядо Коледа. Ама тази коледна елха така черничка с зеленичко ще е най-добре. Имаме още 7 минути, ми подсказва Сергей. 7 минути и започваме. Така че който не е дошъл, да не стане като вчера. Заповядайте по-смело, всички да са тук. Да, ако сте на трибуни, съответно, нали, сте регистрирали, нали, пак ще трябва да прескочите оградата, ще тичате и даваме ви ключове от колата. Добре. Хората се събират, това е супер. И Равено ще подари съответно маслото. Те са ни също един от спонсорите. То не може в дрифта. Трябва гуми, трябва масло, трябва много неща. Както казаха едни от нашите състезатели, много неща има, които трябва да се подготвят. Но най-важното е, трябва да си харесваш и да се занимаваш това с голям респект и уважение и нещата ще се случат и никога да не се отказваш. Gonco Fest, както каза вчера колегата Зами, значи всички, които ни казваха, че няма да успеем, успяхме. Не се отказахме. Всеки един в екипа до последно казваше, не се отказваме, каквото и да ни коства, ще успеем нещата да се случат. И те се случват. Тук сме, нали така? Дай една петичка, Зами е тук.
Понеже много от вас се очакват аз да изтегла колата, ние пък решихме да сме супер колегиални и за да бъде честно, да не съм само аз човека, това ще бъде той. Аз просто ще гледам, пуснал съм лайв и стискам палци на новия собственик. Колата е много яка, ако сте гледали видеото в Инстаграм, моето, трябва да сте наясно, че това е много сериозна машина. И трябва внимателно, който спечели тази кола, наистина бъдете много внимателни, защото много рязко стават глупостите. Много бързо се случват лошите неща, но нека да не ги говорим тези работи. Можем ли да извикаме, да ръкопляскаме и да остават още 3-4 минути? Айде, ръкопляскаме. Организацията е много сериозна. Последните 15 дни тук работят около над 300 човека нагоре, почти по 24 часа на ден. Почти никой от нас не е спал. Не знам дали си личи, но се надяваме наистина много да сте доволни, защото през мен днес минаха много хора и казаха, Евала, много яко международно е, усещането е жестоко. Аз още веднъж искам да благодаря на всички за организацията, за всички, че ни се доверихте. Благодаря на хейтерите, че ни надъхаха да го направим това цялото нещо. И сега ще бъдем за пореден път и се убедим как някой ще си тръгне супер щастлив. Благодаря още веднъж, ръкопляскам за всички, които са тук и за уважението и респекта.
Благодаря много от Зами, а ние продължаваме така и останаха съвсем малко време. Дайте да чуем, искам да чуя малко емоции, малко аплодисменти от всички вас. Дайте да чуем Gonco Fest! Така. Някой, ако случайно е намерил ключ от Skyline 34 на трибуните, моля, върнете го. Не знам как губи ключ от Skyline, ама все пак някой на трибуните го е изгубил. Така че върнете. Човека си е до колата, ама ключето не е с него. Така че, какво беше това? Сергей, това е трета кола, нали? Евентуално. Който успее да си я вземе и късмет и да я изкара, това е друго нещо. Така че, за малко. Добре, Gonco Fest. Ето го и нашия герой. Във всички клипчета сте го видяли, дай петичка. Всички, предполагам, са видяли този пилот, обикаляше цяла София, в различни точки на София, рекламираше и този волан и тази хикс петица. Символа на Gonco Fest. Символа на този ден, на това състезание на Балкан Дрифт Кап. И след малко ние почваме да обявяваме победителя, ще го теглим, както казахме, през томбола. Важните условия бяха да се регистрирате на сайта, да присъствате на събитието и съответно да се падне вашият номер. От тук нататък обаждаме се, в момента ще се обадим на човека, пускаме го на високоговорител, казва се имената, идва при нас, показва билета и връчваме ключове. Лесно! Всъщност един от нашите партньори още е Red Bull, нали знаете, той укрилява, Red Bull дава крила и той ни укриляваше през цялото време, със сигурност мога да кажа за мен. За да имам тази енергия, за да мога с вас да говоря, за да мога да повдигам настроение, укриляваме всички, Red Bull и Gonco Fest заедно, както и всички наши партньори отделно. Няма да ги изчислявам, защото са наистина много. Но благодарим на всеки един, който ни поддържаше и ни помагаше да подготвим това мероприятие. Колегата тук не спира да ми говори в ухото. Айде, още малко. Почваме обратно отброяване. 29 минути, точно 1 минута и ще обявим печелившия. Къде е този розовия MacBook, който всички така го искат да го видят? Най-желания компютър, който ще вади късмета. Така че да видим кой е печелившия. Ето е нашия пилот. Ела до мен. Да се покажем една да кажем клас. Gonco Fest. Ние печелим. Който се отказва, той губи. Който не се отказва, той винаги. Така че ние в Gonco Fest само печелим, защото никога не се отказваме. И всички вие печелите, защото не се отказвате, идвате при нас и ни се доверявате. Готови ли сме? Ключовете са намерени в 6-та палата. Няма да има трета кола. Трета кола, намерили са си ключа. Добре, Скайлайна. Добре, готови ли сме, колеги? Нотариус е тук при нас, тя ще натисне. Нотариус, вашето име, извинявам се. Само да си обявим така.
Нотариус Силвия Хаджиева, регистрационен номер 615.
Да кажем адреса, къде да ви намерят, ако трябваше. Насочваме нотариални актове, покупки, продажби, пълномощни, така че правим реклама на всички. Заповядайте, не се притеснявайте. Заповядайте. И така, момента на истината, в който със сигурност всички сърца почват да се бият много по-усилено. Всеки е напрегнат, защото не знае дали ще му се падне късмета. Значи, регистрирани са 478 ли са? 478 човека се регистрирани. Моите приятели, здрасти! 478 човека са се регистрирали, така че ще видим. Един от 478 човека ще извади късмета. Нотариус наблюдава, рандъм, така, имаме номер. Номера е 105. Сега обаждаме се на човека, обаждаме се на номера, да видим. Кой е той? Номер 105. Кажи ми номера. Първото име. Татьяна, Таня. Почваме да набираме номера. Нали няма да ви го показваме. И почваме да звъним на... Прехвърляме към друг оператор, като гледам. Ало, здравейте. Таня, тук ли сте? На Gonco Fest ли сте? Добре, елате към Хикс петицата. Очакваме ви. Ама не изключвайте телефона, искаме и носете билета, моля. А къде се намирате? На пистата ли сте? Вие сте на трибуна, ето маха там с ръката. Тя била е на трибуна. Добре, давайте, пускаме ви. Сега, очакваме ви тук и носете билета. Не, тя е зад трибуните. Сега ще обиколи, защото трябва да влезе. Може да минете тук зад черната палатка. Колеги, моля, пустете я зад черната палатка да мине, за да ни обикаля през цял. Като излезете от трибуната, наляво вървите. Наляво и подминавате до черната палатка, ще ви пуснат колегите да влезете. Давайте, обаче хората са тук в напрежение, искаме да ви видим, искаме да видим билета. Как се чувствате? Тези минути, които вървите към нас, как се чувствате?
Не знам.
Напрегнато. Ето, един от колегите е подготвил входа специално за вас. Давайте.
пътя.
Къде тръгнахте? Наляво или надясно?
Ами тук, където са тези картинг количките са...
Да, значи завивате наляво. От картинг колички наляво. И ще видите една черна палатка от лявата ви страна. Един от колегите ще ви отвори, ето колегата Маршал с оранжево току-що махна оградата, така че може да минете от нея. За по-бързо да стигнете до пистата. Давайте, почти сте на... Ето, още малко. Къде е Татяна? Заповядайте. Да, смело. Ето, колегата сега ще ви води. Дами и господа, дайте да чуем аплодисменти на късметликата, която ще спечели Хикс петицата Дрифт. Добре. Билетчето? Добре. Колежке, дайте сега. Зами, дай ти да видиш. Спокойно, не се притеснявайте. Дайте да спа. Тя ли е? Честито! Петичка, дай! Не се притеснявай, спокойно. Не се притеснявай, ето го нашия победител. Това е твоя волан. Това е твоята кола. Заповядай. Имате ли книжка? Не. Ще трябва... Това е късмета. Ще трябва сега да вземете книжка и нашият пилот да ви отвори вратата. Заповядайте. Настанете се вътре. Аз така лекичко да седна до вас. Как е усещането?
Става, не знам.
Така, вижте волана, специален волан. Чудесна кола. Да ви е честита. Ако сте разтремерили, развълнувани, не се притеснявайте. Чакайте, сега ще сложим волана. Дайте да сложим волана. Ето. Сергей да сложи волана. Да се подържите за него. И тогава ще трябва да вземете първо книжка и после почвате да подкарвате. Къде е раницата? Къде е приятеля ви само да даде лична карта? Ето го, той е тук до вас. Не се притеснявайте, той е с нас. Тя милата е толкова разтреперена, се е развълнувана. Слушам.
Нещо. Може ли да го поканя той да дойде, защото той е хоби, нали?
Вие сте печелившата. Няма проблем, колата ще е на ваш. Не притеснявайте. Дайте само лична карта да видим. Нотариуса трябва да потвърди, че вие сте... Не се притеснявайте, спокойно. Дайте малко аплодисменти, вълнува се дамата, вълнува се, защото наистина не всеки ден може да спечелиш дрифт BMW X5, уникална в България, такава кола няма втора. Някакъв документ за самоличност, моля ви. Не се притеснявайте, спокойно, не се притеснявайте. Ето моя лична карта видях там, не ли е? Дайте на приятели той да я намери. Той е малко по-спокоен, доколкото гледам. Добре, спокойно, не се притеснявайте. Междувременно можем малко да увеличим музиката и съответно някой от вас така лекичко да потанцуваме, да се размърдаме, че дамата се притеснява. Спокойно. Важно е много, наистина. Тук е, намерихме я личната карта, заповядайте нотариуса да види. Да потвърдим, да декларираме, че Gonco Fest всичко е справедливо. Ето, сега ще има и той възможност да седне в тази кола, да я пипне, да я повозим. Щастлив ли си?
Разбира се.
Значи, това не е че нещо, ама заслужава си да се направи едно предложение. В смисъл, кой късметлика. Първо е спечелила в България кола, което няма аналог. Това е единствена в България. Значи да имаш такава късметлика жена е уникално нещо. Така не виждам малко да се постараеш и съвсем скоро до година вече и на сватба да я закараш с тази кола.
Само да кажа, че днес съм рожденик и това ми е най-хубавия подарък. Благодаря ви.
Ето това за нея, ама най-вероятно ще си карате заедно. Ето. Така че честито и за рождения ден. Да, може да аплодираме на младежа за рождения ден, за приятеля все пак, но късметликата си ти, така че много се радваме. Честито. Топличко си е в колата. Аз се притесних още повече. Тя милата така се разтрепери. Не се притеснявай. Късмета си е късмет. Но, както казахме, днеска имаме късмет от първи път. Дай ще му дадам тази раничка, да не се притесняваш, да не изпуснеш телефона. Дайте да те снимаме до тази уникална кола. Тя е твоя, ще си я караш. Ще я оформим нотариален акт, ще ти връчим, нали, документа за колата, за собственост. Сега малко се успокои. Гледам, спря треперенето.
Ами аз по принцип треперя.
Значи ще се наложи той, като те кара, ще трепереш малко повече в тая кола, ама ще свикнеш. Добре, ето петичка. Сега една снимка заедно с Сергей, все пак искам да направите заедно с тая кола. Зами, къде си? И ти, защото тази кола е символ. Това е човека, който Разбира се, не се притесни. Тя много се притесни, милата. Таня, имаме уникално предложение. Искаш сега Сергей, понеже той е пилот, ще те повози в твоята кола. Искаш ли да направим тук едно кръгче, дрифче с твоята кола? Обаче след малко ще помолим всички да напуснат пистата. Заповядайте обратно на трибуните, защото ние сега продължаваме топ 8. Топ 8 на Балкан Дрифт Кап, така че заповядайте по трибуните. След малко ще видите. След малко ще наблюдавате какво може тази кола. Да. Продължаваме всички, връщаме се по трибуни. Топ 8 продължава. Татяна, чакай, ти не тръгваш, ти си насам. Ти къде тръгна? И вие сте, елате. Вие ще сядате вече в колата, това си е ваша кола, така че ще оформим, ще връчим документи, така че и той е късметлия, ти си късметлийка, ама ето вижте, вчера от 4-ти път, днеска от първи. Значи мога да ти кажа, ти си една единствена късметлийка от 478 човека, които са се регистрирали. Значи, или да пускаш тото, или просто ти е добър късмет и този ден със сигурно ще го запомниш 10 май 2026 година. Топ 8 стартира точно след 5 минути. Сега ще те повозим съответно с твоята кола, да видиш на какво е способна. Ти по принцип как издържаш на високи скорости?
Ами, сигурно.
Кой те вози? Ето, ела. Виждам, че ти си така по-отворен, така че ще поразпитаме теб малко. Гледам, че имаш много яка тениска BMW Squad.
Да.
Какво пише отзад? Чакай. Need money for BMW. Това си е истински фен на BMW. Какво BMW караш?
Имам 90 единица, почти цялостен пакет от всякъде.
Сега вече имате и в двойката ви Хикс петица. Изцяло сменя, значи от Хикс петица само горната част, като гледаш. Стоповете, там врати, огледала, такива неща, всичко отдолу, после като я вдигнеш, ще се хванеш за главата. Ще кажеш, леле, какво я правим тази кола? Готови ли сме? Заповядайте, сядайте. Татяна, настанявайте се. Чакай, отварям. Дърпай, смело. Заповядай. Гонко Фест, дайте да видя малко аплодисменти, да чуя аплодисменти за печелившата. А ние продължаваме топ 8. Точно след няколко минути започваме. Нашите пилоти вече подготвят се да стартират топ 8. И аз след малко давам микрофона на колегите, коментатори, които съответно професионално ще си разкажат за какво става въпрос. И след това ще обявим победителя. И ще видим кой е печелившия. Според вас, как мислите? Кой ще заеме първо място? Мерцедеса или БМВ-то? Дайте тези, които мислят, че ще е Мерцедеса, ваши аплодисменти да чуя. Добре. А тези от вас, които мислят, че ще е БМВ-то, дайте да чуя аплодисменти. Трета трибуна, много сте пасивни. Значи, сега ще дойда специално за вас. Искам трета трибуна, малко да си поговорим. Тези хора все едно ги игнорирам, не ви игнорирам. Обичам ви по същия начин, както и първа и втора. Искам да чуя от вас малко емоции, малко аплодисменти, малко така по-живичко. Как сте? Дайте да ви чуя, дайте аплодисменти да чуем трета трибуна. Вие сте между друго с най-хубавата гледка, виждате как колите точно влизат в дрифта. Така че обичаме ви, не сте забравени, всичко ние сме с вас. Гонко Фест, след малко давам думата на нашите коментатори, които ще продължат топ 8. И ще видим победителя. Кой ще вземе първо място, второ място и разбира се трето място. Всички ще получат подаръци. Ще има и отделни подаръци за нашите партньори и от нашите партньори. Така че раздаваме. А междувременно малко може да потанцуваме. Татьяна така се развълнува, милата, че той и аз се развълнувах. Милата се разтрепери цялата, ама нормално е треперенето, защото не всеки ден първо печелиш хикс петица, второ да си един на 478 човека, късмет си е наистина. И както разбрахме, приятели, все пак фен на БМВ, така че още едно БМВ в семейство. Разбираме, че дрифта си е култура. Феновете на БМВ са най-големите фенове на дрифта, така че още повече. Добре, колеги коментатори, давам думата на вас. Превключваме към тях. Дайте малко аплодисменти. Гонко Фест! Чуваме вече двигателите на колите, които леко вече на хотели. Заговарям се вече. Толкова говорене. Ама сега ще почините малко от моя говор и ще чуете моторите и ще усетите миризмата на гумите. Но вече чуваме колите как загряват. Той тук гледам отзад малко мини дрифтчета. Между другото, кой от вас вече е посетил мини дрифт картинг? Има ли? Дайте да чуем аплодисменти. Има ли някои хора? Така да вдигнем ръчичките. Между другото, хубавото е, че това са единствени в България производители на български производители на мини картинг, дрифтачки, така да го кажа. Така че заповядайте, който още не се е возил. В България почваме да произвеждаме все по-добри неща, по-интересни и за автомобилна култура. Така че почваме да вдигаме нивото все повече и повече, което е супер и аз много се радвам, че ние на Gonco Fest поддържаме много нещата, които са произведени в България, за да участват, да ги обявяваме, да се знае, че те могат, че те успяват да направят нещата на световно ниво, които всички останали ги оценяват. Така че дайте да чуем аплодисменти и за всичко, което се произвежда в България и за всички производители, които поддържат българско и искат да останат тук и да правят хубави неща. Дайте малко шум, дайте да чуем аплодисменти за тях. Момчета са отзад, много млади, но успяват да се докажат, че могат да го направят. Чувам там мотори. Нещо сериозно.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting ready to go back to the drift action with our first battle in the Grade 8, and it will be Svetoslav Deko versus Angel. Come on, Eddie, I might need you to pronounce this surname for me.
Sorry, Mike, microphone switched off. Yeah, so Angel Karanyatov versus Svetoslav Dekov in our first top 8 battle, and it will be Angel to lead us in as the higher qualifier, Mike. But Svetoslav Dekov has been really wowing us throughout the weekend, looking really confident. I think this is going to be one of the best battles we've seen so far today.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
Here we go. Angel doing what he does best, which is pulling big angle, flying through the circuit, and already Svetoslav getting caught off guard, having to cut the circuit to try and get back into this one and try and claw his way back onto the door of Angel Karanyatov. As we kick off the top 8 in absolute style, Mike. It's been an incredible weekend. Both drivers pushing really hard all weekend, and across the line they go. First run of the top 8 in the books.
Yeah, 2 Bulgarian drivers really putting on a show here for everyone at Gonco Fest. Unbelievable driving. 2 guys that have wowed us all day, all weekend, should I say. It's a shame to see them go against each other in the Grade 8, knowing one has to bow out. But Angel looking very strong there in the lead position. Dekov getting caught on that first transition, maybe a little bit more angle than he was anticipating, and just loses a little bit of proximity, but he has so much power coming out of 2JZ in that E92, able to get back up on his door by the end of the lap. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens when we swap them around for the second half of this battle. We see Dekov is just a man on a mission this weekend in the lead position, so let's see what Angel can do as the both cars leave the line. Dekov to lead, Angel to chase, Angel nearly touching him on the way in. Eddie, how did it not make contact there as they come through clip 1? But Angel had to sacrifice a bit of line there because he was too close to avoid contact. Did a great job, but Dekov's on a lovely lead line now as they push through, heading into that big outer zone, getting ready to come into the centre section. One transition, bang, no contact. That was so close from Angel in the chase position, but Dekov doing a brilliant job, Eddie Power, on the lead run.
Yeah, really good job there from both drivers. Really impressed with how we see it. We noticed this ourselves, Mike, when we were walking down. Just one of the manholes really loose, and it just upsets the line of the chase driver. Angel Karanyatov doing really well just to manage to control that E46 and keep himself in the fight in the second half of this one, as Svetoslav Dekov looking really confident out there in that E92 BMW. We spoke to him in the break, Mike, and you know, he's really feeling good, feeling confident, and it's showing in his driving. Look at the line there as he tucks that nose nicely into that inside zone. They cross the line. Really, competitive one to kick off the Grade 8 here at Gonco Fest.
Yeah, that's definitely a good battle. So I honestly would not like to be a judge from this. Battles from both, or sorry, should I say mistakes from both guys in each chase run. So it's going to be close. We could potentially be looking at maybe a one more time, Ed. Just depends if one mistake was bigger than the other. If it was up to me, I'd just send them all day long, because I could watch these 2 boys drive just over and over again. Such talent on the track right now. Literally 2 drivers I was not aware of before this weekend, and 2 drivers I will not forget after this weekend.
Yeah, we'll certainly be keeping an eye on them, Mike, and watching their stories as they progress, because both kind of up-and-comers really. But I mean, when you look at the machinery that they have, both cars more than capable of being of lining up on a Drift Masters grid and being competitive. So
and the drivers as well. I think the drivers definitely could hang their own in them sort of grids in the
I
bigger
think so.
European
Yeah, look,
pools.
I think they still have a little bit to go in terms of being right up there with, say, top level drivers. but they're certainly not far off, and they're moving forward with every round that they put under their belts. You can just see it in that replay, just how
big straight in there. Big straight in there from angle, isn't it?
really got caught with just being aggressive. The judging decision is coming in. It's going to be Svetoslav Dekov taking down our highest qualifier, moving on to the final four, Mike.
He is going to be excited, but that was the last thing I said before I left him. Was like, I'm probably going to see you at the podium, man. I think I might have called that one right, Ed. But we're going to head back to the line for the second battle in the Grade 8.
Yeah, it's going to be Pavel Penev, the 4th place qualifier, to take on Petjo Radicev, the 5th place qualifier. Only one driver in our Grade 8 left who didn't qualify inside the top 10. So it's been a day for the high qualifiers, Mike, as Pavel Penev gets ready to leave it. 2 of our favourite cars all weekend.
Yeah, 2 of our favourite cars, and it's going to be an interesting one to call. So it's Pavel in the lead and Petra in the chase. I'm excited for this. The Merc looking good as new after the contact with Ivan there in his top 16 battle.
Yeah, it didn't take the team long, Mike, to get it all patched back up. By the time we got down to the pits for the break of the action, they had that car back going, and here we go, Pavel Penev. He's been on a pretty good lead line, and look, big mistake in the proximity and find the form that he needs to try and take a spot in the final four. But the lead line here from Pavel Penev, who has been on rails all weekend, is just so strong, and it's going to be hard to try and take him down. That 4th place qualification, he's got that line steady since early in practice yesterday morning, and he has just been nailed to it the whole weekend. So here we go, quick look back on the replay, Mike, and we get an opportunity to see that mistake. Just gets the transition wrong, does Petjo Radicev, and from there it's all about Pavel Penev in the lead position.
Yeah, Pavel doing a brilliant job in the lead. Petro getting caught off that one mistake at the start. He was playing catch up all the way around because of that, so bit of a disadvantage going into the second half of this battle for him. But Pavel is looking so strong on this circuit. Another guy, just as you said, Eddie, since yesterday he's dialed in the line and he's just sticking to it. Consistency is key in the world of drifting, so I'm super excited to see what happens when we put Pavel in the chase. Petro though, he's going to need to pull something big out of the bag here.
Yeah, unfortunately though for Petro, he's in the wrong place, Mike, to try and force a mistake. You know, we say it in drifting quite often, that lead position, if you're on a disadvantage going into the second half of the run, it's not really where you want to be. You want to be in the chase position, trying to force an error from the lead driver. And it hasn't been a great run here in the lead position from Petjo Radicev. Maybe saving his best driving for the earlier stages of the competition, and perhaps the breaks in the action, just getting him out of his rhythm, because that is not what we're accustomed to seeing. And it looks, from where I'm sitting anyway, that Pavel Penev will be moving on to the final four.
Yes, very, very shallow on both lead and chase for Petro. See, Pavel and Petro, it's very hard. Like you keep getting mixed up with these names. But Pavel doing a phenomenal job all weekend. Look at this. He's a great job in the chase. You know, he's just right there with him. He's not super aggressive. He doesn't need to be. He would know after what happened in the first half. His spotter would be in his ear going, look, we need to just tone it back. It should go our way. But you never know in the crazy world of drifting. So I want to see what way the judges will send this one now. We see both guys having a good discussion down there about what happened.
Yeah, I think they'll know. Oh, does it look like Petjo Radicev maybe a little bit unhappy? I'm not sure. Was there words there, or maybe?
I think they were just friendly words.
Yeah, we love to see a little bit of drama, Mike, don't we? But no,
well, I am a wrestling fan, so if they went at it down there right now, I would be loving it.
Yeah, maybe a scripted wrestling battle, but no, I think they're both seem happy enough. I think Petjo will understand that. Yeah, but you can see just how severe those bumps are, Mike. So difficult for these drivers to try and negotiate that. The rest of the track does kind of smooth out for the most part, but really difficult to try and negotiate those water gullies. Obviously designed for the water to drain down into those areas, so they are just quite severe in that area of the track, particularly one or two just on the lead in to that first outer zone.
Yeah, it's right on the line, nearly exactly where you want the car to be. So. It's risk reward. It's working out for some people and it's not working out for others, so we're going to have to wait and see what the 3 men in the cherry picker think about that run. The drivers don't know. You can tell by their body language they're sitting waiting patiently.
Yeah, I mean it's interesting, Mike, because from where we were watching, it seemed as though it was kind of a clear enough cut kind of battle. So, but obviously, as I say, there could be things that we've missed, and maybe the judges looking at certain aspects of it and you can see the marshal, says, yep, they're chatting away. Yeah, they're still discussing it. No decision, but it looks like that decision is now coming in. Will it be Petro or will it be Pavel or Pavel and Penev? And it will be Penev moving on to the final four, where he will take on Svetoslav Dekov.
Brilliant. So yeah, that's yet again another good battle later on today. Unfortunately, we lose the Mercedes SL from competition, but what a weekend he's had. Definitely made a name for himself here. So we're going to head back to the line, and up next it is Gediminas, and he is going up against Christoph Blus. So the Eurofighter in the chase, Gediminas in the lead. And let's see what happens on the first half of this battle. Look how close they are as they come into the first clip. Eddie Power, Christoph Blus right there with him. Lovely transition, tucking the nose.
Oh, and his tyre
off
off.
the rim. We haven't seen it in a while. I was like, where did that come from? What happened there? And Christoph Blus was probably like, not again. Don't send me into this wall again. So Gediminas, very unfortunate. Obviously he knew he was up against the one and only Christoph Blus. He was going to be fast. Eddie, look at this, tucked in so close there. Nice job. It's such a shame that tyre came off. I think the drift gods maybe just robbed us of a good run there, but Buckeye's doing a very good job to bring the cars to a halt and avoid a collision with each other. You know, at least he can go in now, just swap out two wheels. Look, he's even bringing his tyre off the track.
Yeah, he's bringing it back with him. It'd be interesting now just to see, will the judges allow him time to change that tyre? Of course, we haven't mentioned about that HDK car. It's called the Drift Shuttle. 2 seats in the back, 2 seats in the front, Mike. Built for passenger laps. But a crazy V8.
Дами и господа, Gonco Fest прави сега една приятна изненада за всички вас. Всеки, който няма достъп до трибуна, сега има. Заповядайте, втората трибуна, съвсем спокойно, безплатно, може да се настаните, за да видите финала. Всички, вратите са отворени, така че всеки един от вас може да се настани на втората трибуна. Защото искаме всеки един от вас да се наслади на незабравимата гледка на Gonco Fest и Balkan Drift Cup. Заповядайте! Смело, смело, всички имат достъп до трибуната. Колеги, сега ще ви пуснат. От двете страни, където искате, настанявайте се.
Okay, so we are going to head back to the line, Eddie. And we're going to have to wait, obviously, for Gediminas to change his wheels. So we're going to go on to the next battle. And who's in the next one?
Yeah, well, it's going to be Nikola Popov to take on Tudor Kyortan. So one that we were looking at earlier on, Mike. 2 young guns, 2 rising stars in the sport. And yeah, I mean, we spoke about Nikola Popov. We were told earlier yesterday that this car that he drove in that E36 on its roof at round 3 of the Drift Kings Championship last year, and the country and the sport got behind him, raised some money to help him get the car back on the grid, and they were back out at round 4 of the championship just a few weeks later, back fighting for podiums. You see, fist up, he's pumped up and ready to go as Tudor Kyortan, the only driver, as I mentioned, Mike, to qualify outside of the top 10. So qualifying, look, he's in 11th position, but it just showed anybody qualifying height this weekend were the drivers that really got to grips with the circuit, and it proved all important in moving them through the competition. So we are almost ready to go with this Grade 8 battle. 2 more spaces up for, we're trying to decide our final, our second semi-final. So will it be Nikola Popov who will be the higher qualifier to lead us in to the second half, or sorry, the first half of this one, as going very aggressive. It's Tudor Kyortan right from the off, Mike. He's coming looking for it straight away, but look, he can't hang with Nikola Popov, who's very fast. Big straighten for Tudor Kyortan in the chase position, and the mistakes just starting to come his way right when he wouldn't have wanted them. But Nikola Popov, you know, he was billed as one of the main contenders here this weekend, and it looks as though he's going to the final 4 and he'll have 2 shots at a podium.
Oh, something didn't sound right in that E30 there as it came over the line, Eddie. Yeah, Tudor unfortunately doesn't have just an answer for the pace of Nikolai. Look at this as they come through there, and then a little bit of a straight and just getting it all wrong. Transition a bit too early, and then from that point he's just sitting back and spectating. Nikolai just driving away. Look at the lead line from that E36 BMW, man. He is so consistent. Lap after lap just does the same thing. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens when we swap them around for the chase, but definitely a big advantage against Tudor.
Well, really difficult to beat consistency and to beat a driver that maybe, you know, knows when to push hard and knows when to just do, you know, a safe-ish, you know, a run that they consider safe, that they can comfortably do without, you know, trying anything too rash, too harsh, or too aggressive. And I think Nikola Popov has shown that. Very sensible young man, very capable behind the wheel, but also very calm and collected, and knows when he needs to go aggressive. And I think, well, look at this. Oh yeah, definitely problems with Tudor Kyortan's car. So unfortunate at this stage of competition, Mike. But that is, I suppose, look at the draw. Sometimes it's the highs and lows of motorsport.
Unfortunately, you need the car to do the job. He knew exactly something was wrong there. He just pulled off track. He got out of the way. He didn't want to cause an accident going into that first corner, but Yeah, that BMW to me sounds like it's not boosting, Eddie. Cannot hear the turbo spooling as he's trying to drive it through the circuit there. So yeah, I think that one is going to be set in stone, and we know which way it's going to go.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear cut that will be going towards Nicola Popov. So those of you who said to us at the start of the weekend that he was going to end up on a podium, well, he is practically guaranteed. He's got a 75% chance, Mike. Of
That's some quick maths there now.
Yes, quick maths. Yeah, I think we're going to see him potentially. It's going to take something special. The thing about it is he's got two very strong drivers to come up against in order to take a spot in the final. It'll either be Gediminas Levitas or Kristaps Blues. So interesting to see what way that is going to go. Second half of this one they have.
Oh, look, it's happened again. Oh, I thought the tyre came off. It didn't come off there and Gediminas' car, but he does have to stall up going on too much angle. Kristaps Blues washing really wide there. Uncharacteristic from Kristaps Blues this weekend, Eddie. You know, we've seen him drive in many different tracks all around the place, America, Ireland, in Europe and places, but no, I've never seen as many little just kinks in the armour, should I say.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm inclined to agree, but some more mistakes there from
Gediminas.
Gediminas, and just over rotating there towards the end of the run as well. And unfortunately, I think that would be the end of his run here. And the thing about it is, look, Mike, we talk about Kristaps, but he's managed. He's pulled it out of the bag any time that he's needed to, and it certainly doesn't look like the typical Kristaps Blues that we're used to seeing. But certainly the line from him, I think. His line not always perfect, but his ability is helping him to get away with it.
Yeah, definitely. You see that poor E46 driving off the track.
Yeah, it's had a hard weekend.
It's after losing the tyre again.
Yeah, well, I think he would have had the pressures dropped as low as possible to try and keep with that 900 horsepower E92 Eurofighter.
So that is our Grade 8 complete, Eddie.
It looks our Grade 8 is finished, and we should have our final 4 drivers set. Just looking to make that official from the judges before we get ahead of ourselves. It should be pretty clear cut, Mike, but we are just mere fans. We don't always get the information correct.
Speak for yourself. So we wait now to get the final 4 underway. Looking at replays here. Judges looking at replays, but they're trying to figure out, I'd say, where he lost that tyre, because I'm not sure if it was the centre section or the start of the run. Something went wrong at the start of the run, though. Gediminas went on way too much angle. Just big angle pushing out, and fortunately, you have to keep the tyres on the rims to complete the lap. So there it is, coming in from the judges. Kristaps Blues gets the win. He moves on to the final 4. And 4 drivers that we picked randomly yesterday going, I like their cars and I like their style, are in the final 4. That's some good guesswork, Eddie.
Yeah, luckily we didn't have to write that down anywhere, Mike, for anybody to to fact check it. But look, I think some of these drivers were really stand out. I think you can never rule out Kristaps Blues, regardless of how he appears to be driving. But Svetoslav Dekov has certainly wowed us this weekend. Pavel Penev's been a standout driver, and Nikola Popov has, he's shown his ability and why people were talking about him as being a real contender for a podium here this weekend. So. It's been a fun weekend, Mike, and we are left with just 4 drivers.
4 drivers and 3 steps on the podium. Now we're getting down to the business end.
Yeah, 4 battles left and we're out of here, Mike. So, it's been...
Don't say that. I get upset. I'm having fun, Eddie. I'm really enjoying Gonco Fest.
I'm not saying it as a point of, oh, wow, this is great. No, it's just that we are down to our final 4 battles. So it's informative, Mike. That's all. Just for information purposes.
It's factual.
So those drivers will probably take a moment, Mike, just to prepare those cars and fresh fuel, fresh tyres, and take an opportunity just to try and, mentally prepare themselves for battle. And as we say, huge prize money up for grabs for these drivers. So top step of the podium, and we've taken away a sizable check here this weekend. And as we know, drifting not a cheap motorsport, and especially when you add in the distances that these guys are having to travel in order to get to these events. Very much spread out across the Balkan countries, and a lot of driving in between events, often travelling a day or 2 at a time in order to get to the events. So it's a big expense for these guys.
Yeah, it's a credit to them, loading up the circus and moving it over here to Bulgaria for this one-off event. It's not a championship, it's not a round, it's here for fun. Gonco Fest was happening either way, and they're like, we've got
they call it bonus round, Mike. Bonus round for these drivers. It's an opportunity for them to test their cars ahead of a busy championship season, and a lot of these drivers competing in multiple championships, be it Drift Kings, their own national championships, coming from all over Europe. And we see Pavel Penev now warming those tyres of that E36.
Yeah, this is going to be a good battle now. I'm excited for this. E36, E92, two unbelievably prepared cars. So what's going to happen when him and Dekov go head to head here for a spot in the final, and then the loser will be getting a spot in the 3rd and 4th place playoff. So
yeah, I've no idea, Mike. I wouldn't even normally I would try and call who I'm going to see who we'd see on the podium, even with 4 drivers left. I've no idea who's going to take top spot here today. It really is in the balance. I think it's going to take something special. I think Penev, if we look at Svetoslav and Dekov, I think they've both been really strong in different ways throughout the competition. So I think this will be an interesting battle, but I think whoever driver, I know it might seem simple, but whichever driver makes the fewer mistakes. I think if you can nail your lead run, put pressure on the driver in the chase position, I think it could be... it could
go either way for either driver. And any day, any one of these guys could win an event, so it's going to be super exciting to see what happens when we get to Marshall.
I think they've both been attacking this first section, the start of the scoring zone differently as well. So whichever one of those works out best. Pavel Penev going for it straight away. Nice, just gets a rear wheel into that first zone. And
contact! Big contact there. Pavel shutting it down. He looked like he was a little bit off power when that contact happened. I definitely see a replay of that.
Yeah, I mean, was he off power, and is that why he wasn't able to? That's why the chase car was so close. Guys, as they get out of the car, give them a round of applause. Not what we want to see. And look, he's okay. Svetoslav Dekov, but did he get stuck just in? Did he get stuck, Mike? And
I need to see the replay. It happens so fast.
I'm wondering, did he allow the lead car to transition there from zone 1 to 2?
We see the replay now. They leave the line. Throwing it in.
Yeah, look, I think Dekov is on the wrong line, Mike.
I think Dekov, yeah, maybe. For a minute there, I was nearly looking at Pavel's back wheel going, what happened after he hit the bump real hard? But I think Dekov maybe just a little bit too aggressive. He knew Pavel was very fast. He had to throw everything at it from the start, and just unfortunately missed time in that transition. Can't get the car lock to lock because the bumper and the headlights and all are in the way. So hopefully it is just the bumpers.
I wonder, is it something broken on the passenger side of that after the impact with the wall?
Yeah, well, it went head first into the wall.
No, but that's preventing it from steering. You can see. No, the steering actually could be okay. That was more so kind of front bumper rather than side.
Could be cosmetic, hopefully. So we might get second half.
I don't see any fluids on the ground, so that would be a good sign that there's not too much damage.
Usually when drift cars go head first into a concrete wall, there is signs that stuff's
gone
exactly,
wrong. Yeah, so I mean, it looks as though it could be just cosmetic for now.
He might have just got away with it.
Yeah. I think he'd done a lot of slowing of the vehicle at that stage as well. But yeah, for me, Mike, I don't see anything major from the lead driver to have caused it. It does look to me as though Svetoslav Dekov got himself kind of on the wrong side of the track and, just impeded the lead driver and stopped him from actually transitioning towards the wall to that second zone.
So we see the race drone flying over really fast there. Some cool shots, some cool camera angles here at the Gonco Fest, capturing all the action on track for everyone at home and everyone in attendance. We know there's a lot of people down the back in the car show watching us on the big screen there, just chilling, relaxing around the bar area. Looked like a bit of fun now, kind of. It's a shame we weren't commentating from there.
Yeah, it would have been nice to be up there, but I think there would have been too many distractions, Mike. Yeah. That's why they said, we better put these guys, they've got short attention spans, we better put them down somewhere where nobody can bother them,
where
they can't get distracted. Lock them in and leave them there. Forget about them. Just keep the aircon on so that they stay awake.
Dekov is back in the car and he has a helmet on, okay? These guys are securing the bumper up. Eddie, I think we might be getting the second half of this battle.
I think we might be.
I hope we
might. I really hope we are. But it looks as though we're going to move to the other Final Four battle with Kristaps Blus and Nikola Popov before we see, potentially see the second half of the other battle. So, quick look online to see has any result come true on the Drift Kings website, and it looks as though there is no decision come true there just yet. So, as I mentioned, guys, you can keep up to date with what's going on the live bracket on the Drift Kings website, but we are going to turn our attention to the semi-final. What an opportunity for Nikola Popov to take on one of the best in the business in Kristaps Blus.
It's a good opportunity to make a name for yourself.
That's steering on its own, no problems. Yeah, and I think we might be going to see the second half of that battle without any need for time in the pits or a 5-minute rule.
So we have 2 cars on the line, Nikolai to lead and Christoph to chase. I'm excited. Look at the concentration in the face of Christoph Blues.
Yeah,
he
concentration
is visualising it.
slash, a lot of calmness. He's just very relaxed, very focused. He's done it all before, so he's not going to be intimidated by this. Nikola Popov is going to be. This is probably the real test for him, because regardless of what else is up for grabs, this is an opportunity to take down what's likely one of his heroes. And to be in that position as the higher qualifying driver, leading in Kristaps Blues in the Final Four at this very unique event with over 20,000 people in attendance, a real honour and a big step here for Nikola Popov in his career. As we wait for the marshals to give the order that the track is clear, safe and ready to run.
Oh, I'm excited for this one now. What can Nikolai do?
Yeah,
in the lead position? He's going to have to shake off one of the best in the business in the chase.
Well, here we go.
We're going to find out. Nikolai to lead, Christoph Blues to chase, to leave the line. Nice initiation from both guys. Blues is right there with him, nearly making contact on that first transition through clip 1. Lovely job from both guys. Nikolai on a lovely lead line, but Christoph Blues is right there with him. This is the Christoph Blues we're used to seeing, Eddie. He's getting up close and personal, pushing it through that zone, doing a good job in the chase. Watch him hang back now. Boom, transition through the inside clip, pushing it right up on his door, doing whatever he can to get as close to that E36, and he does a good job coming over the line.
Really strong run there from Nikola Popov in the lead position as Kristaps starts to turn the screw a little bit. He's starting to turn it up, but look at this, really nice entry, really well managed in terms of getting over those bumps, and it was the first half of the run particularly really strong from Nikola Popov.
Great lead line, in fairness.
Washes a little bit wide there perhaps, and Kristaps Blues able to deal with it, fills this zone as it looks as though they're going to master the circuit through the final sections, but this is where it just starts to go a little bit wrong. Maybe a drop of a wheel here, maybe 2 wheels off track, and missing the final zone for Nikola Popov, and I think that could be just what handed maybe a slight advantage to Kristaps Blues going into the second half of this run, as now Kristaps with the clean air will do what he does best, Mike, and just start to find his form when it really matters, and this is what the best can do. They can just turn it on when it's really when it really matters.
As you say, this is a test for Nikolai now, the Bulgarian driver. He's young, he's eager, he wants to go far in this crazy world of drifting. Well, he's going to have to prove it right here, right now, in front of his home crowd, with one of the best, in probably one of the best cars in the world in front of him. So let's see what Nikolai can do as he chases in Christoph Blues. Straight in from both guys through the bumps. Christoph doing a nice job. How did Nikolai not make contact there on that first transition as they're coming out to the long right hander? Christoph Blues swashing a small bit wide, but doing a good job to keep that car on the circus. Nikolai is right there with him as they're coming back through the centre section transition, and did he just get lost in the smoke head? What happened there? He disappeared out of camera angle.
I'm not sure if it's smoke or maybe just a little bit of extra angle dialed on from Kristaps Blues that maybe caught him out, and maybe just something that he wasn't expecting. But yeah, Kristaps Blues has really turned it up a notch here now, Mike. This is not the same driver that we were watching a few hours ago and in practice yesterday.
He's flicked that switch, he has.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah, and it's like, look, as we say, top level athletes. But just here, yeah, I mean, it's completely different from that angle.
That angle changed everything.
Yeah, initially I thought maybe Kristaps had dialed on a lot of angle, but I think it's just a mistake there from Nikola Popov.
But Nikolai shut down and drove the last corner, so I would say, yep, there you have it. Christoph Blues gets the win. He is going to the final, and Nikolai is going to the 3rd and 4th place playoff to fight for that 3rd step on the podium. So wow, that was a good one now. That was exactly what we were expecting here at Gonco Fest. 2 unbelievable drivers putting on a show for everyone in attendance, everyone in the multi-story car park, the VIP area. Place is packed. All eyes are on the track for the finale of the Drift Kings competition here. And we have the best seat in the house, Ed.
We certainly do. We have the best seat, the most comfortable seat. We've got the aircon on, Mike, and we've got the perfect viewing point, this camera right in front of us. But we do have one of our finalists set in stone. It will be Kristaps Blues. Who will he take on, though, Mike? And it's, I think adds a little bit of nerve and a little bit of mystery for the other 2 drivers, Svetoslav Dekov and Pavel Penev. Now it'll be filtering through, and they'll know that they have an opportunity to take on Kristaps Blues in the final in front of 20,000 people here in Bulgaria for Gonco Fest 2026, and an opportunity to take down as the crowd wave back to them. If you're here in attendance, wave at each other, say hello. Everybody's looking very friendly and really excited for these final couple of runs of the day. But yes, Svetoslav Dekov and Pavel Penev now. A little bit of extra a little bit extra to fight for here.
Yeah,
going
yeah.
into this.
Well, Pavel
Final
has the
four.
advantage, so on paper, but you know you can't take drifting with a pinch of salt. Okay, anything can happen in this crazy game. But Pavel, you know, obviously Dekhoff was the one that made the contact with the wall. Pavel didn't really do much wrong in the lead, so it's going to be an advantage for the second half of this. I'm just really hoping that Dekhoff can get that car. We see an absolute legend doing donuts in the car park. You're real cool.
Yeah, the police are also very.
Oh, yes, it's a nice Maserati.
Maserati doing rings.
Oh,
and,
there's 4 police officers. I am drunk.
Yeah, I'm sure he can afford to. Oh, they're actually blaming the wrong person.
No. They're going to the right car.
Oh, are they?
Yeah. Anyways, we'll keep going to the action on track. We're here for this drift and not the action in the car park.
Yeah, no, they did stop the wrong car. The smoke still coming off the tyres in the Maserati. And yes, they are pulling them over to the side of the road here.
And so they should.
As cars come back to the track. Yeah. So
okay, so we're going back to the second half. Of
yeah,
this.
a little bit distracted. Yeah, it's all going on here. Yeah, it's I certainly wouldn't be messing with the Bulgarian police. So here we go though. Will it be Svetoslav? Will it be Pavel Penev? The second run of this semi-final.
Let's just hope that Dekhoff's car is, working on it. Let's see him go in, put in the pass that he deserves, and let's give Pavel a proper shout.
Yeah, I think we'd like to see them getting past clip 2 this time around. Oh, we talked about. It was interesting, Mike. We said about the initiation from most of the drivers and how they approach it as being a deciding factor in this, and it's certainly proven to be. And that looked very much difficult for the chase driver to try and negotiate, but they both keep in it as they come towards that inside zone. And this one, getting a little bit wild. And Penev just really struggling, shuts it down almost, and straightens up, but gets it across the line, Mike.
Yeah, that was insane. I just gasped on that initiation watching the replay here. How was there not contact? Pavel ended up dropping 2 wheels. He was so wide out. Dekhoff doing a good job, though, in the lead. And
for me, I think that's unchaseable, Mike. I think that's an unchaseable lead run through that first section.
I think the chase car was a bit excited, Ed.
No, I'm going to go out there and say it's too much of a swing from right to left or left to right, whatever way you want to call it. And I think from Pavel Penev's, he's done an incredible job to avoid an incident there.
It's there at the end.
Yeah.
He did a good job to avoid an incident as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And they give a little bit of high five and a thumbs up. I think they both enjoyed that. But yeah, look, it's going to be interesting to see what the judges. Pavel Penev not looking happy, Mike. He kind of puts his arms out to say, I'm left with nowhere
to go.
Yeah, unchaseable. I think
as well, this car was in a wall, so maybe there could be some steering issues. The guys
absolutely.
had 5
look,
minutes.
I think it is the line that Svetoslav was taking throughout the whole weekend, but I think maybe just a little bit more in terms of a swing from right to left there this time around, and maybe for me just get borderline unchaseable there.
Well, Eddie's a hard man to please. That's all I'd say. I don't go on judging criteria. I go on excitement, and the excitement factor on that initiation was wild.
Yeah, me too. But unfortunately, at some point there has to be a winner and a loser as well. So Penev leaves the circuit.
Hasn't updated. We're just checking in there on the app
if the app is updated, but it hasn't. And yeah. Waiting for that score to come in.
So we're getting there now. We think we know what our final is. We think we know what our 3rd and 4th place playoff is. So,
well, as I say, we do know one half of both of those.
Yeah.
And
we can make a good guess.
The system is generating the bracket, and it's going to be a one more time.
I'll say nothing.
What was your thoughts?
My thoughts were, I think. It was aggressive, and I would like to see it again, but it was aggressive snap, but it wasn't the worst. Like, Pavel was very, very close. That's risk reward on the running. That first Manji over on the far side of the track, that is the start of the scoring zone. It's not the first clipping point. So you can hang back there, which other drivers have been doing very, very well all day.
Would I be right to assume that there had to be a 10-0 scored on the first half of the battle?
Yeah, that one
so
I'm not sure of.
So was there a 10-0 on the second half as well?
Because of the drop in the wheels, because he ended up out so wide before the first clip.
So there you go, yeah.
Sorry, I'll teach you this drifting stuff, man. Stick with me.
Yeah.
Anyway, as we see the drone
one
floating around, that is definitely an interesting one. Hopefully the guys in the truck, if you can hear us, get us up a replay there and let us watch this one more time. As we see the Red Bull arch just blowing in the wind.
So, Mike, any update on our Maserati friend who was doing
Well, look,
rings?
the police are still talking to him, as everyone in the grandstand is probably watching as well. So, you know, big deliberations going on with the judges on that decision. We don't know who's going to get the win of the King of the Cone competition, but to be confirmed.
I'm going to say they were the best supercar rings I've ever been witness to.
So
you
we
see some of the drivers watching on from the VIP section.
It's the VIP section is a brilliant location to watch drift, and I leaned on that barrier earlier watching practice, and like you're just looking down, like it's like being a drone.
It's good vibes up there. You can see everybody having a good time, enjoying themselves. Lots of nice food, lots of nice drink.
Ah, nice. The drone playing with people there in the car park. I think that's a good having a drift event beside the car park, multiple levels there. You know.
Yeah.
It's very, very good for watching drifting.
It really works. It certainly does. Yeah. So you can see the police looking at the driver license details of the Maserati driver.
Our drone driver is or flyer, should I say, not a driver. He's definitely having fun here with everyone in the car park on the railings. Look, people waving there, happy drift fans, just enjoying themselves. Sun's gone down, temperature's gone down, so the vibes, you know, it's a bit better now.
Yeah,
not everyone's dying with the heat.
Yeah, it's been a lot. It's been a long but enjoyable weekend for everybody that's been here in attendance. Lots of happy people waving to the drone, and sending love, and great to see people enjoying the action out on track. But we still don't have. It's been, you know what, the left side of the bracket, Mike, has been, I'm going to call it problematic. That's where the
carnage.
That's where the carnage has been. That's where the one more times have been.
That's where the crashes have been. The DBs.
I mean, you know, despite all the buy runs on that side of the bracket, that's where there's been a real battle, a real war on that side, and they've really fought their way to this final four, and neither driver wanted to let go.
Yeah. We did say that this morning, that anyone who got this far in competition truly deserves it. Like they are warriors. Like.
Yeah, it was going to be hard earned and hard fought, and that's exactly what it's been. And it's been really exciting. I think it's a really great track. I think there are areas where they can make improvements to it, particularly just at the start of that scoring zone with the with just how uneven and unlevel the surface is. I think it's a little bit almost unfair, and that it can,
it's a wow factor though.
It's a wow factor, but I think it's a challenge for the drivers, and it's look, some people have managed to handle it better.
Yeah, and some people just didn't gel with it at all. I said that yesterday. It was like, it is actually one of them tracks that you would love a go at, just to see what it's like coming through that clip one with the bumps. So we see the contact there. So yeah, we're still waiting on the cars, getting them boys back out for the one more time. Semi-final between Dekov and Pavel. It's exciting, like both guys will know now they're going to have to pull something extraordinary out of the bag to secure a spot in the final. Both guys are gunning for it, they want to be there. We see a lovely shot there, Eddie, of that huge Gonco banner on the building behind us. I don't know who hung that branding up, but that definitely was a challenge, in my opinion. We see some other highlights and replays of today. A bit of Christoph Blues there.
Yeah, so we can start to see some tyres being warmed, so it looks as though we will be back in action here momentarily. So Pavel Penev, 4th place qualifier. Svetoslav Dekov, 8th place qualifier. Who's going to go through, Mike? I think this one's really hard to call. I don't think we got a clear idea of which driver has an edge over the other. I don't think either. I think they're both very similar drivers, different styles, of course, but I think equal in their in terms of ability. And I think this one, it hangs in the balance, but hard to know what changes to make when it was two I suppose, well, one run didn't make it past the second clip, and the second run barely made it past the start of the scoring zone.
Yeah, so if we can just tone it back a bit, get in, get the run done, and just get the guys back doing the driving they were doing from every day yesterday. There were two guys who impressed us from the start. I think they're just a bit fired up. I think they're here, they're trying to put on a show, they're trying to get into that final. Maybe they want to battle Christoph Blues, it could be a dream for them, you know. Not sure, but they've got to figure this out because the judges couldn't separate them. Too many mistakes, accidents on the first one. So I'm excited for this. I think there's, you know, sometimes we learn, but one more times lads go away and they sit for a minute and they think, and they're like, right, how can I improve, or what can I do, or where can I tidy up or tighten up, and let's make this second half.
Yeah, well, the spotters will have an opportunity just to say, to, you know, and I think they can see some heavy breathing there from Svetoslav Dekov. He's nervous, Mike, and look, the adrenaline really starting to pick up. They want this spot in the final, and it's huge for these guys. They're trying to make a name for themselves. You know, they're trying to build their careers and build their, you know, their personas as well. So there's a lot at stake here. It's a you know, there's a lot of eyes on this event. It's a big deal for these drivers. So yeah, it's only right and only natural that they'll be feeling the pressure a little bit in the cockpit of these vehicles.
So we just are waiting on Pavel to make his way to the line. Have Dekov sitting there. Pavel going to go out on a limb and say he's in the burnout box, Eddie.
Well, it looked as though he was in there a few minutes ago, Mike, but no sign of him yet.
Hopefully, you know, we don't want to see any mechanical issues come into play now at the end. See a cool shot there of our circuit. Lovely teardrop shape, as you said earlier. Normally these custom circuits are the best for drifting, and maybe this one here in Bulgaria might be just added to that list.
Cameraman, start line getting those cool shots, just those low angle shots of the cars, and here we go. Here comes Pavel Penev.
I was worried for a minute. I'm not.
Yeah, I was starting to think, you know,
what's going on?
It's just a change of tires here, guys. So here we go.
Right.
The one more time battle of the final four. One of them's going to the final. Pavel Penev to lead in. Svetoslav Dekov, who's late to the party here and starting to make all the mistakes, straightens up now. Maybe just dials a little bit of extra grip into that car, Mike, as the temperatures on the track start to drop away. But Pavel Penev in the lead position, doing a really nice job fulfilling that outer line. Tucks it back in, gets the nose of that car into that inside zone as they make the transition onto the wall. Nice gap opened up, and Svetoslav Dekov caught napping, I think, Mike.
Yeah, Pavel doing a great job in the lead, but Dekov just getting it all wrong, unfortunately, in the chase. See how quick he ended up changing direction there. Had to straighten up to make sure he got down to that corner. So going to be a big disadvantage for him going into the second half. But Pavel Penev's, man, look at this lead line. He's near perfect all the way around. Such good driving, such
so steady.
driving.
And you can see, Mike, he stepped it up as well.
Yeah.
You know, he's going deeper into the zones there now. He wasn't doing that in some of the other battles. He was getting himself into the zones, but not going as deep. And he knows that he needs to just push that a little bit harder. Now, what has he learned in the chase position from that first run? I think you may see him
caution. I hope.
Yeah. The thing about it is, he can't. He can't throw caution to the wind, but he also can't hang back too much because
he's fast.
He'll know from his spotter that Svetoslav wasn't close on initiation, but did start to reel in that proximity throughout the run.
Yeah.
I think he's got to be patient, tactical. Yeah, he's just got to be smart about it. He's got to be aggressive, but he's got to play smart.
He's got to be smart till he gets through that first transition.
Yeah, well, we're about to see exactly what way he's going to go about it here. But certainly Svetoslav has had that. Again, Mike, losing those wheels across the line.
Same thing.
Yeah, doesn't lose four wheels this time, but I think the judges obviously not liking that the last time around. But I think it's very difficult with the line that Svetoslav is taking for people to try and figure out what way to approach chasing them in through that section. As Svetoslav now dials on the angle, takes the nose of that E92 through that intersection. They go through the final section and across the line.
Yeah, Pavel, he maybe made his own mistake there. Watch. Just ends up too much on the inside for that first transition. I don't know why.
For me, Mike, that's not chaseable. That's just my opinion, but I just don't think that's a chaseable lead line through that section.
Well,
the judges obviously disagree with me, you know, but based on what we saw from after the fact that it's gone to one more time, but yeah, I just think that it's too much of a. He's taken up the whole track. It's very difficult for the chase car to try and predict that.
Yeah, but Pavel's just putting himself in the wrong place too early. And I don't know why. He's not getting out. I know it's not a clipping point to far side where they're actually starting the drift at that line, but he's staying too much to the left-hand side of the track. Where if he just hung back a small bit, he'd walk out now.
Yeah, well, the decision comes true, and it is Pavel Penev to take the win, moving on to the final, where he will take on Kristaps Blues. We have our final, and we have our third, fourth place playoff, Mike, set in stone, and we are ready to go. 2 more battles, and we are out of here. This has been an incredible event. It's been a pleasure to be a part of it. Yeah, but it's been interesting, some interesting calls. It would have been great to have the input of the judges to see just what they were looking at to get a better idea for ourselves, so that we could help kind of determine who was doing what, to fulfill the judging criteria, because it does develop throughout the day as different things happen and out on track.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Pavel now can adapt to Kristaps Blues' fast style, but 2 guys who are putting consistent fast lines on. And then we also have, against Dekov, we have Nikolai. Sorry, I forgot, Popovic. So yeah, 2 battles, really going to be interesting to see what happens. They're going to have to push hard here now. Everyone wants to get on that podium this evening. 4 cars left. We started with 29. We're down to 4 already. We've only 3 spots on the podium. Who's going to get them? Well, we're going to have to wait and see. So we're going to just have to wait a few minutes for Dekov to change his tyres and, refuel the car and get ready to go as he faces his fellow countryman Nikolai. And just watching the replay here again.
Try and work the crowd.
Имаме малко 5-минутна почивка, докато сменят гумите, заредят колите, а междувременно малко да си поговорим с вас. Как сте, Gonco Fest? Харесва ли ви? Супер! Дайте малко аплодисменти за нашите пилоти, те със сигурност ви чуват и ще се постараят още да покажат много яко шоу. Искам сега да пробваме пак. Ние преди време сме правили една мексиканска вълна, искам да видя дали ще успеем. Сега имаме още повече хора. Искате ли да почнем от там, да видим? Така ставаме и вдигаме ръчички. Готови ли сте? Екстра! Да почваме от първия ред. 3, 2, 1, давай! Оп! Продължаваме! Дай! Най-яката мексиканска вълна! Втора трибуна, давайте! Тръгваме към трета! Подгответе се! Трета! Ваши аплодисменти за всички вас! Това е най-яката и никой не се удави, нали така? Добре, вълните са опасни, така че много сте активни, много ви харесва. Значи, вчера питах различни въпроси. Да видим днеска нови гости или същите. Кои са фенове на БМВ-та? Дайте да аплодираме. А сега да видим феновете на Тойоти. Браво! Трета трибуна, искаме от вас малко шум. БМВ. Имаме. Мерцедес. А сега да видим кои от вас са си фенове на ВАГ изцяло. Volkswagen. Къде са Volkswagen-ите? Ето ги. А сега разкажете малко. Вчера питах, винкели има ли по колите? Ето го, Перник, да не сте от Перник. Не, ама ВАГ, добре. Все пак винкела си е винкел, както и да го завъртиш, задължително трябва да има един в един Volkswagen. Не може. Добре, това е много хубаво. Кой от вас би предпочел, както питах, дали вечерта при една тежка, някаква изморен си на работа, тегаво ти е нещо супер гадно, обаче седнеш ли в колата си, пуснеш леко музичка, нощен град, тишина и само чуваш музиката. Кой е такъв? Я дай да видим аплодисменти, да чуем това нещо. А кой от вас обича да спре музиката, за да може да чуе двигателя? Как мрънка, Друго се е да усетиш как мрънка двигателя. Точно така. И да има това пръщение, което BMW издава, само те май според мен могат да издават това. И Аудите, извиня. Чакайте, не съм питал за Ауди, я дайте да чуем Ауди, фенове! Значи имаме тук от всичко по-малко събране. И Ауди. Добре, кои коли съм забрал? Италианци, кой харесва италиански коли? Има фенове на италиански коли. Браво! Френски коли! Имаме френски коли. Пежо или Ситроен или Рено, кои са те? Ето, показва. Тя харесва. Добре, някои коли да сме изпуснали. Май всичко. Американски коли. Дайте да чуем американски коли. Тези с големи двигатели. Мустангчета, Добре са. Какво изпускаме? Дайте някой да ми подсети още и някакви коли. Порш? Хонда! Хонда! Да, дайте Хонда да видим. Хонда? Хонда си е Хонда. Хонда, Тойота, това са железни коли. Влизате ли в сервиза, всички казват, няма да се видим скоро. Обаче BMW, както коментирахме, със сигурност си имат бързо набиране, един сервиз, един репатрак и един приятел, който казва, че разбира от коли. И един приятел, който винаги ще го извикате, когато купувате една кола, ще каже, аз разбирам всичко, брат. Ще ти изберем най-добрата кола. И след една седмица, като си в сервис и сменяш всичко и ти кажеш, брат, нали разбираше от коли? Казва, да, брат, ама твоята кола не оцелехме късмета, така че случва се. Нали, на кой му се е случвало такова? Я дайте да видим аплодисменти. Връщаме се към колегите. Дайте до после. Дайте още аплодисменти за нашите пилоти.
Is it going to be Nikola Popov or will it be Svetislav Dekov? Well, the two surnames rhyme, Mike, so it'll be Dekov versus Popov.
It's about to pop off right now, Eddie.
You've been waiting all day to say that.
I'm so excited. I've held that one for so long.
Yeah, here we go. Popov to lead in, Dekov. And Popov, he's had a really strong line and he's pulling the gap here nice and early, but here comes E92 as Svetislav Dekov as he goes to try and claw his way back into this one. Look at the speed from both drivers as they fire around this circuit. They've been on form all weekend and they're really getting to grips and getting comfortable out here. But now they've got a battle for that final spot on the podium. And Nikola Popov in the lead position doing a really solid job. The third place qualifier this weekend and he's looking strong for that spot on the podium, Mike.
Yeah, Nikolai very, very fast there. And Dekov not really having an answer for the speed of the E36. Really has that car set up and dialed in for this circuit here at Gonco Fest. But yeah, just look at the speed of him watching the replay here. He's doing a great job in the lead position. But like Dekov, he does reel him in, but you know, he's not too deep in the clips. He's not exactly where he should be. He's trying to cut the track in places to get the proximity, and he still can't get it back. That's the funny thing. And when you look down to it, like, you know, the chase car probably has 100, 150 more brake horsepower and still can't find the speed that E36 has.
Yeah, but that's where setup just becomes so important, Mike, and you know, just driver ability. And Nikola Popov, well, I think they're both really quality drivers, but Nikola Popov just obviously very clued in, and he's just gelled so well with this circuit. And
we see Dekov leaving the circuit there, looking like he's after calling maybe a 5-minute rule. They want to play the guessing game.
Yeah, just waiting to see what happened there. Will we expect to see him back? Yeah, no, we're getting I've seen that signal before this weekend, Mike, and it meant that was somebody retiring from competition. Not sure. Hopefully, that's not the case. We do want to see this, you know, decided on the track.
Yeah, really. Hopefully, that's not the end of it there. Hopefully, maybe we can get it fixed. We'll have to wait and see. I see our start line marshal going up saying, "Oh no,
Yeah,
we're reading hand signals, Eddie. Everyone in the grandstand can't see it, so I'm not saying them words officially until I know it.
Well, I can say
now
it
I can
officially
say it
right now,
officially,
because he's left the line, and unfortunately, whatever happened with Svetoslav Dekov, he will end up in fourth position as Nikola Popov. And make, I won't say a victory lap, but it's a free pass of the circuit. He's going for it, Mike, absolutely wild, really pushing as hard as he can to try and put on a show for the fans. No pressure on this one, he'll be absolutely buzzing behind the wheel of that E36. Nice way to start the campaign for 2026 with some silverware to take home as he prepares to send that car to Europe for the Irish Drift Series for the remainder of the 2026 season.
As we see Dekov standing there clapping him on the side of the track. Obviously just something mechanically going wrong with that car. Very unfortunate, but third place is secure on the podium. That means there's 2 more steps and we need to figure out who's going top and who's going number 2, Ed. So the final is about to kick off. This is it, the last battle of the weekend here at Gonco Fest. It will be Pavel Penev versus Christoph Blues, E36 versus E92, BMW on BMW. Who's seen that one coming? Probably me, not going to lie, Eddie. But yeah, I am super pumped. I'm going to give this one absolutely everything, because I know these two boys are driving like warriors here all weekend, putting on a show for everyone in attendance, all the people tuning in around the world on the live stream. Definitely putting on a show for me and you, Ed. And yeah, come on, send them. Just send them.
Yeah, well, it's interesting that Kristaps, he's kind of played second fiddle in terms of like all his battles, or most of his battles so far. He's been the chase driver in the first run. Now Pavel Penev has that opportunity in the final to lay down the lead run of a lifetime and try and apply some pressure to Kristaps Blues and give himself an advantage going into the second half of this run. 2 more passes of the circuit and Gonco Fest 2026 will be in the books. E36 versus E92, and Mike, the 2 drivers are waiting for the thumbs up from the marshal, and we are ready to go. Pavel Penev to lead in Kristaps Blues. They slam through the gears and they get ready to send these cars sideways. Penev on the perfect lead line right from the get-go as he looks to try and open up a gap, but Kristaps Blues is right there as he transitions behind him, tucks himself in and tries to find the door. He comes hunting for it, he finds it through this long pull as they make their way around and shape themselves up for the inside zone. Penev goes for it. Kristaps Blues is right there on the door, pushes him across the line. Mike, what a first run of the final battle of the day.
A very, very good run there. Pavel Penev, though, I think I might have seen his first kink in the armour, Ed. He was a little bit shallow. Maybe he was really concerned about being fast, trying to get away from Kristoff Blues, which he was not able to do. But watch here now as he comes into the outer zone. He's barely in there, where before we seen him right putting the wheel on that outer line, nearly exactly what the judges asked. But Kristoff Blues showing why he is one of the best in the world in the chase position right here. Look at that, getting up close and personal right on his door and just pushing him over the line. This one is super excited. I'm telling you, Eddie, I am buzzing for this one now, so let's see what happens when we swap them around. Kristoff Blues knows what it takes to win the event. Pavel Penev is here to make a name for himself this weekend, and I think he's going to do a fantastic job at this one. We see this HEK Eurofighter sitting there ready to go with a very, very aggressive driver behind the wheel. Pavel is going to have to throw absolutely everything at it for this last run as they come down, making their way to the initiation zone. Look at Kristoff Blues using every bit of them 900 brake horsepower. Pavel Penev not having the answer. Blues puts his foot to the floor, doing whatever he can. Pavel now trying to reel him in as they come through the long right-hander corner, entering that zone. Oh, Pavel is right there with him. How did he not make contact on that transition, Ed, as they come through the last corner and over the finish line?
Yeah, Pavel Penev bringing the fight through the final sections, Mike, but all the I think
it might have been lost at the start.
It's all lost at the start here because Kristoff Blues, as we say, he saved the best for last when it really mattered. Big straight in there from Pavel Penev through that section, and he's caught on the inside of the circuit, and from there, I mean, it's pretty much game over here, barring a mistake from Kristoff Blues, which you're not going to get at this stage of the competition. Fills that outer zone lovely. This is where the proximity starts to come here from Pavel Penev, but I think it's just it is just that little bit too late, and unfortunately those mistakes. But look, I think he'll enjoy those shots. He'll enjoy that opportunity to go up against one of the biggest names in the sport, a man who has represented Europe on every stage, and what an opportunity for Pavel Penev. But I think he's going to have to settle for second place, which is not necessarily something that he will be unhappy with here a huge opportunity for him to showcase his ability, and no shame in coming second place to Kristaps Blues. So guys, we will have a podium ceremony very shortly once we get get confirmation that we do have a decision.
Yeah, I think we do. Our marshals send them back down. So for everyone in attendance, the podium is at the back of the grandstand. We are going to be doing the award ceremony here, and make sure and come down and celebrate with your favourite drivers. All these guys putting on a show for our entertainment all weekend here at Gonco Fest. But I think, Eddie, from me and you, we're going to leave it here, pass back over to our local commentator. My name's been Mike Leeson. Thank you so much for paying attention and enjoying the show, and hopefully we'll see you guys again at Gonco Fest.
И господа, не бързайте да напускаме. Сега ще извадим подиума и ще разберем кой все пак е спечелил Балкан Дрифт Кап. Дами и господа, награждението ще е зад първата трибуна, така че идвам сега при вас там да обявим победителя. Кой е спечелил в Балкан Дрифт Кап? След малко ще се видим отново. Ще се чуем отново със сигурност.